program a little. However, I'm sure we should be able to start off. Then those who will join us, we'll pick it on from there. So I hope we all have a copy of the agenda. For those who don't have, I will just read it quickly. We have the arrival, which was meant to be between 8 and 9. Then we have preliminaries, and we'll have an opening prayer, remarks, welcome remarks, and introductions. We also have some members who are joining online, and I welcome them officially to this AGM. I can see we definitely have the quorum, and therefore after this we'll see if we can adopt the agenda. We'll have our new members for 2024-2025 being read, and you will approve their membership into Aapu. We'll go through the minutes for the 4th AGM. We'll have a report from the President. We'll have our auditor's report, and we'll have a presentation regarding Aapu College and the land purchase. Then we'll have our external auditors for 2026 presented for appointment, and we'll have some resolutions read regarding our structure, constitution, and the safety and security guidelines. And then we'll talk about our elections, and then a keynote speech will be presented, and then closing remarks. Hopefully we shall manage time. And for now, I will invite JJ. JJ could lead us with an opening prayer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there someone more spiritual than me? Or you trust me? In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Our Father, who art in heaven, thy will be done on earth. In heaven, give us this daily bread. Give us trespasses. Forgive those that lead us to temptation. Deliver us from evil. Amen. Lord Jesus, we want to thank you for the gift of life. We want to thank you for the gift of our country, Uganda, for the gift that we are paramedics, we are healthcare workers, we are concerned community citizens. We pray for our association and this 5th AGM, whatever we will talk about, whatever we will decide, whatever we will get, should be in the glory of your name, the glory of helping your people, helping our country, and all our lives moving together. In Jesus' name I prayed. And
Thank you. Thank you so much, and most welcome again to our AGM, and for loving Aapu. We definitely will be looking at an opening remarks from the President. So before he speaks, we have some people who have shared their commitment. They're on their way. So the numbers will swell as we start. So Mr. President, I want to formally request you to welcome your members. Thank you.
Check. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. It's indeed a great day for us at Aapu, and a great day for Uganda because we have representation from the whole country. As we start, we need to confirm that, yes, we have quorum for us to move ahead. And this, I will still bring it to the audience. Do we have quorum such that we can start today's event? I just need to confirm from you. I can see people nodding, but I need it to really come out that, yes, we have quorum before we start.
We do.
Thank you very much. I call upon the audience here that as the agenda has been read, we propose that we adopt the agenda with an inclusion of a speech from the EMS, the Emergency Medical Services Commissioner from the Ministry of Health. I know your agenda, which is printed, does not have that, so I wish to include a speech from the Commissioner, Dr. J.B. Wanyae, who will be joining us soon. Can we adopt the agenda for that matter? Adopted. Thank you so much. This is the 5th AGM, and whenever we have members that have either joined Aapu or recognizing members in a particular way, we always do it at the AGM. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I take the honor to read the names of the members that have joined Aapu or those that need special recognition. Mr. Abraham Chibaba Muhesi from Western. Athanasius Ariegu from Eastern. These are familiar names and familiar faces I can see. Catherine Birungi from Central. Charles Njiwe from Eastern. Fatuma Nakaziwe from Central. Fred Lubega from Central. Peter Karule from Central. Zaidi Matovu Murisho from Central. Agnes Ninsima from Central. Beatrice Kusima. I've paused because they did not put where she's coming from, but we have her as a member. Brenda Nabunya from Western. Catherine Anyait from Central. Colin Mandamu from West Nile. Comfort Opileni from West Nile. Emmanuel Okoboy from Central. Fahima Mutibwa, Central. Francis Sichibala from Central. Godfrey Debanji from Central. Isaac Chivumu from Central. James Odiko from Northern. Jonathan Kajimu from Central. Julius Tusingwile from Central. Lynette Mirembe, Central. Martha Aleso Bridget from Eastern. Morris, yeah, it's okay. Morris Ahebwa Saith from Eastern. Naomi Nahulda from Central. Central, you don't have something like that. Norbert Tumwite Neville from Western. Pascal Thembo from Central. Patience Chakuhaire from Central. Rachel Kwagala from Central. Rashidi Keba from Eastern. Raymond Ngabirano from Central. Rita Namujumbi from Central. Samuel Nsubuga Musisi Central. Teddy Nakubulwa Central. Tony Kamlegea Central. Rachel Nankabirwa from Central. Daniel Olinga from Eastern. Charles Mutagubia Ambrose from Central. Sylvia Nakauchi from Central. Winnie Akankunda from Western. Charity Kayesu from Central. Daphne Naluzinda Esther from Central. Emmanuel Chitio from Central. Tony Musitwa Collins from Central. Mark Kutisi from Northern. Joseph Omoding from Eastern. Dorothy Achen from Eastern. And the last one with a special recognition in today's AGM is Dr. Andrew Sechitoleko. You'll see him physically here, but he's within the building. By virtue of the powers of this AGM, would like to invite the persons whose names have been read to the Aapu fraternity, so they can get all the benefits that accrue as a member of the association. Thank you very much. Do we allow them to be with us? Thank you. We welcome all the members and all those members that have been identified as very crucial members joining or special recognition in today's AGM. Item number 5 is the approval of the previous minutes. I would request the technical team up there to display the minutes. And I would request those, I don't know, moderator could help me here. Do we need to read every word in the minutes? But we can also send these minutes on the groups such that people can actually follow up. What we need the confirmation is whether this is a true reflection of what happened last year at Hotel Africana during the 4th AGM of the Association of Ambulance Professionals Uganda. Secretariat can actually share this to all the groups. Minutes for the fourth annual general meeting held on Saturday, 23rd November 2024 at Hotel Africana, Kampala. And who are present were Aapu members, the executive committee, secretariat. The keynote speaker was Mr. Paul Mwesigwa from Bank of Uganda. We had invited guests, including development partners, where we had Maltese International, Minister of Health, Health for Uganda, IGNF, Mofo Foundation, German Corporation. Yes, it was constituted, the AGM was constituted into a meeting. It was called to order at 9 a.m. Minute 2, it was the approval of the third AGM minutes and admission of members. Minute number 3 was the President's report, and there was a highlight of the progress of the 12 months of the year, which were anchored on the pillars of advocacy, education and research, and sector partnerships. Minute number 5 was presentation of the annual secretariat report, and the training coordinator presented the highlights of the year. We were happy 2024 during our AGM, where we had the audited books of accounts, and that was the first time that Aapu was presenting audited books for the consecutive 3 years. And we are happy to announce that we will not wait for the 3 years. We have 2020, 2024, 2025 audited books of accounts. So during that AGM, we had our financial statements being presented by the external auditor, who we are happy that we have in our midst a representative from Tavern. We had a keynote speech, which is minute number 7. The keynote speech was delivered by Mr. Paul Mwesigwa, who appreciated and extended association continued progress, and argued that we should continue and made some recommendations for us, which we need to see how far we have come. And minute 8 was question and answer and the resolutions for that matter. Members discussed key items and proposed priorities to strengthen our performance, expand membership, reinforce advocacy efforts, and enhance program implementation. Resolutions were adopted to improve sustainability, strengthen stakeholder coordination, and promote Aapu visibility nationally and internationally. The meeting was adjourned at 3 p.m. on that day, and the minutes have been signed off by the President, the Vice President, and the General Secretary. Do we confirm that that is what we discussed last year for those who are around? And if there is anything else that we need to add or subtract for that matter, it's okay. We need to agree as members. Last time I checked, okay, Mr. Daniel Subuga. The microphone is on its way.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining. Daniel Nsubuga is my name from Central Region. Mr. President, when we are starting, you proposed that we adopt something, but with an amendment, which was done. Likewise, I would like to propose that it would be ideal to have the list of the attendees attached to these minutes. They are historical, they are genuine in nature, and they stand for a number of things. Secondly, I don't know whether to propose that they be adopted because they are already approved. I think ideally, after the approvals and the amendments, then they sign, they be ratified. But given that they are already endorsed, I think the members will accept that we adopt it. Thank you. That's my submission. Members present, you have heard, and some of you have been following, I think, in soft copies. Those who were around, the question was put to you. I attended, though my name is not reflected somewhere, but I know in the background it can be annexed. So I propose that they add the list and we adopt them as the true reflection of what transpired on that day. Am I seconded?
Anyone to second?
I second it.
Thank you. All right, back to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think Secretary has taken note of that very important observation. Ladies and gentlemen, the next on the agenda is my remarks. I'll give my remarks, but then the report will be presented by Joseph just after my remarks. I don't know. Is that okay? Or okay. We can always see how this works out. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we had not, because of time, we did not actually tell the different members from different regions. I would like to recognize the people who are joining us virtually. I don't know, the technical team, I think it's important for us to know who are those members that are joining us virtually. So we take note of them, and as Mr. Nsubuga said, they should also be part of the minutes for 2025 AGM. So if it's possible, we could maybe see them. If there are not so many, I don't think they are like us here. They can maybe introduce themselves just before we continue, so we know who are the people joining this meeting from across the world. Do we have, or when they okay. Ladies and gentlemen, by just maybe by show of hands or by standing, can I see representative from or members from? Now, where do I start from? Without being political at all, right? Eh? Haji says north, south, east, and west. Like the wise men came from the east. That's what I'm hearing. You know, with membership, we have to agree. Where do we start from? Central. By show of hands, yeah? Who proposed Central? We start from Central. Okay, can we see members from Central, please? Rise up. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Members from East. Thank you, thank you, thank you for coming. Members from West Nile. Thank you, team. Members from the Northern region. Thank you. And lastly, members from West. Yes, thank you, Mystica's team. Ladies and gentlemen, Aapu, or the association, is more than an association. It's a living community. We are a diverse tapestry of professionals and advocates, united by a singular profound mission to strengthen and professionalize emergency medical services, emergency care in our country. Our members are not only constituents, they are our purpose and our greatest strength. Our community forms the complete ecosystem of pre-hospital care, ensuring the rescue chain which must remain unbroken. From the first call for help to the handover at the hospital, our members are there. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give you some figures. In the EMS community, we are very many. And because emergency care touches every single person of us, we have registered 47 ambulance drivers. We have 48 medical officers. We have 10 lay responders. We have, of course, clinical officers, who are about 23. You know how many nurses are in Aapu? 117. Those who are purely midwives, they are 16. We have people in the orthopedic ward, we have 2. Members who are doing a lot in the, with neonates and PED, we have 4. We have students, 5 of them. And the other categories, that been merged up, they are about 101. So that brings you to the numbers of 420 members we are today. How are these numbers being divided or distributed? They told me I should start with Central. Central has 181 members. Eastern, we have 83. Western, we have 31. Northern, we have 48. We have Western, we have 71. Our members' commitment. We are the first touch of hope. For our MTs and paramedics, every day is a testament to courage and skill. They operate in unpredictable environments, making critical decisions that mean the difference between life and death. Through Aapu, they find the advanced training and peer support needed to perform their best when it matters most. The administrators, dispatchers, and managers are our strategic backbone. They ensure ambulances are operational, resources are allocated, and the entire response network functions seamlessly. Aapu provides a platform for advocacy and professional development to build resilient systems. Our collective impact is we are stronger together. Alone, a healthcare worker saves a life. Together, we are transforming a national system. The synergies between these roles create a force multiplier effect. The expertise from the clinical perspective informs the training of lay responder. An administrator's data shapes the advocacy that secures better equipment for all to use. When we speak one voice, from the ambulance to the office, policymakers will listen. Our adverse membership gives our advocacy credibility and power. Ladies and gentlemen, as you'll see in our annual report, we have done advocacy, networking, and we are touching also some aspects of research, though in infancy stages. The education programs that we have, we are trying to expand them to the rest of the country. Every Ugandan life is worth saving, and every emergency deserves a timely, skilled response. Together, we are building a professional, united emergency medical services system for this country. I thank you.
Thank you, Tom. And he deserves a better hand clap than that. Yes, thank you. And I would like, before we continue, to have a word or two from our board members in the front. Then we'll announce the next item. Thank you. Right. They are requesting me to start with Eric, as protocol deserves. With our members, and we'll hear from you. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to yet another AGM. We're going strong, 5th time. Let's keep going. Nice to see you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also delighted to be here. And first of all, we thank God that we are still alive here. Mulimila Jonathan Francis. I'm a member of St. John Ambulance Association, Uganda. Currently, I'm working with First Aid International. Let me also take this opportunity to welcome new members, those who have joined Aapu. Can we clap for them? We thank God that this is our 5th GM, and there is a great progress that new members are joining. Mr. President, according to your report or remarks, I've get some observation on the side of the corporate and parastatals. I think we need also to look there to see that other members also from that wing. Lastly, I urge all members that you are the ambassadors from your respective regions. Though we are in a situation of the political atmosphere, we need also to remain professional and remain serving the people of this nation. I don't want you to be diverted on that side of politics. Remain professional as you are holding our umbrella. Thank you very much.
Good morning, members. You're most welcome. I'm Waiswa Irisa Simon. I'm a board member. I want to thank you for coming, and I want to welcome all of you. Mr. President, I want to thank you for welcoming us. My comment, I would say that let's keep the fire burning. The time when we started this association, I know that each and every person was very eager to see what comes next. And we have done a lot. Quite a lot has been done in all the regions. I want to appreciate the work and support by all the coordinators from the different regions. Thank you very much for coordinating our members, and thank you for encouraging each and every person to be here for this AGM. I want to say that every effort matters and every life matters. Like in the remarks from the president, he has said that our main role is to ensure that we rescue every life that is at stake. So I want to thank you for your contribution, and I want to thank you for your support and for your continued involvement in this AGM. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know biblically they say Jesus Christ is seated on the right hand of the Father. Is that true? And I see we are seated on the right hand of this auditorium. But I will encourage you that those who are not in confidence will also start to move this side, because it seems we are all right-handed, but that is for another time. Thank you very much, board members, for those words of encouragement. We'll have some small quizzes. Those who are members, when did Aapu start, if you know that? Questions like, how many are we today in number? Questions like, how many unpaid members do we have? Or how many are paid? Those will be all the questions for us to answer, and we shall have some prizes as we go along. So, most welcome again, members. I want to recognize the presence of our key partner, Malteser. Ambrose, you're most welcome. Thank you. And for all those in your different capacities, you're most welcome. I'll be requesting our auditor, I think CPA Edward Sendiwala, something like that, that in a minute or two you'd prepare your presentation and we'll ask you to take us through that. Our members online, you're most welcome as well. And I can see our numbers are swelling online as we go. Most welcome. I will be finding a moment where we'll ask you to say a word of hello. So when we get that opportunity, we'll invite them as well. So I hope we have our presentation ready for the audited books of account. And if they are ready, please. Not around? Yes, thank you. Most welcome. Good to put a face to a name. You're most welcome. So for the interest of presentations, I'll be requesting JJ also to have his presentation get ready as we have that for the audited books of account brought up. Yes, in terms of time, I think we catching up quite well, and I want to thank you. Just a few minutes, we'll have our books of account presented. Those members who are at the doorway, please join us. Please don't be shy, come in. Right. As we have this coming up, just some thoughts and some sentences for your thinking. You say that success is when you get what you want, right? And happiness when you want what you get. Question, are you happy, are you successful? When you get what you want, success. And then when you want what you get, is happiness. Are we happy as Aapu? Are we successful? We request there are seats right there. You could join us. Thank you. Thank you. I think we are almost ready.
Yeah, they are trying to set up to project the soft copy.
Right.
So that because I had carried my hard copies.
Okay,
I
thank
thought you had. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I'm delighted to be here. My name is CPA Edward Sendiwala. I am the managing partner at Tavern GMS. Again, we would like to thank you and the board for entrusting us with the opportunity to be a part of Aapu through the validation of the financial statements for the year 2025. We participated and audited the financial statements for the other 3 years that were funded by Malteser. But then after, we had discussions and we, on a pro bono minimum basis, agreed to also carry on the audit for 2025. As we wait for the projecting, I'll be running through. I just have a hard copy. Moderator, I don't know what you suggest. I be moving on or I wait? Because first, my presentation is going to have 2 roles intertwined. One, my expectation would have been the finance manager, I think, presents the financial statements, the numbers, and then I come in to present my auditor's report. But I think the finance manager is on leave. So I'll run through both the numbers and then run to my auditor's opinion on the numbers. Because the financial statements are not prepared by myself, but rather audited by myself. So I need to be alive to that so that members do not think I am the preparer of the numbers that we again audit and opine on. The financial statements basically comprise different statements. The balance sheet, which is the statement of financial position, showing the assets and the liabilities of the association. And then the income statement, or the income and expenditure statement, which shows how income was generated during the year, the different categories of income generated, and how that money was utilized by way of spending, and the different activities on which that money was spent, and any resultant amount, so called a surplus or a deficit if the incomes were less than the expenses. And then the cash flow statement, which is the statement that shows how money changed hands in terms of how money came in and how physical money went out. Then the statement of changes in equity or statement of accumulated funds, which shows the historic growth of the surplus of the association. The income statement and the income and expenditure statement for the year, as I wait for the projection, I will rerun through once they start projecting. But during the year 2024, you had 754 million in grant income. Other income was about 50 million, and the total income was 805 million Uganda shillings. That was for the year that ended 30th June 2024. But for the year that ended 30th June 2025, you made a slight drop in the income that was generated. Grant income alone, you got 666 million. slightly dropped from 754 million the year before. Then other income, which is mainly constituted of other members' contribution, dropped, I would say significantly, from 50 million to 11.9 million. Now, if we are projecting that one, I would take you to the note that shows the split. And I think, moderators, I am patiently waiting for you so that the members can follow along with me. Otherwise, at the moment, I think I'm just talking. Oh, fantastic. So, can someone scroll to page 10, please, if you don't mind? Whoever is scrolling, or you direct me on how to scroll. Okay, the next page. The next page, I think, that's the statement of financial position. Move on to the next page, please. There you go. So, members, you can see how you performed during the year, for the year ended 30th June 2025. Those amounts are in Uganda shillings, and then the comparative year for the year before. You can see what I was talking about earlier, the 805 broken down between the grant incomes. We'll see the note. You see the relevant note, note 6, 6.1, 6.2. Those ones are subsequent pages will run there. I was explaining earlier, grant income reduced a bit from 754 to 666. And then other income, the other income split is given at note 2, 6.2. We'll go there in a minute. And then you see how that money was spent. Program activity costs increased from 398 to 423. For you to know the makeup, you go to 7.1 note to see how this 421 is split. Then administrative costs, you had 173. There was a drop there. I think budgetary management took place there, 298 to 173. Staff costs grew from 44 to 73. Note 7.3 gives the breakdown of that number. You had total expenditure of 669, 725, and then you had a surplus. Irrespective of the fact that money income reduced, but the expenses also reduced. And then you still had a surplus of 8.8 million. Income vis-a-vis expenses. Now, if we go to note 6.1, let me advise which page it is. 6.1 is on page 17. Could you kindly drive us to page 17, if you don't mind? Page 17. You scroll more, please. Continue. There. So that is the split I was talking about. Grant partner income, AGNF project. I think there was a drop there. Maybe the project is coming to an end. 160 vis-a-vis 49. So you have BMZ, Malteser International. The contributions there grew from 391 to 422. You have other partners funds, which you see with some highlights there. We'll see down 18. That dropped significantly from 174. Then you had training course fees. There you performed well. From 27, there was aggressiveness there in training. You had 175. And then you had a minimal income there from the symposium and exposition of 1 million, giving you the 666. So that is how you generated your income as an association during that year. Then your other income, if you could scroll slightly, if you could go down a bit so that we can see that number there. Not the second page. There. So that we can see. No. We want to see other incomes. Remember, okay, other income. I wanted to draw your attention there. You can see membership income, 50,817 last year. You have 6,590, and then you are saying the membership is growing. So internally, you have something to think about there. Remember, you are not recognizing membership income on an accruals basis. You are recognizing membership income as and when members contribute. So when a member has not paid, even if you're a member and that year has passed, that your would-be income is not accounted for therein. So 50 million vis-a-vis 11. If you grew your membership to at least 50 million, you would see the income, the resulting surplus would be comparable to last year of 62 vis-a-vis the 8 of this year. If you scroll again to expenses, the next page, so that we see the makeup of your expenses. There, sir, there. We'll just be going slowly. Page note 7.1. You are showing there the program training activity costs. How you spent the money. Phase 3 of Malteser project costs. Then you have the MOFO project costs. You have the BLS costs, meals and refreshments. You have the ITLS costs. So you're basically showing the split between, if you see, pre-hospital, EMS, 80 HR costs, 71 vis-a-vis 18 of the other year. So you had more activity and more spending. So that is how you split the income, rather the expenditure. You can see technical consultants team there of the 42. And then you can see the EVOC curriculum of the 58 there. Capacity building, the Aapu service consultancy costs, giving you a total of 423,140 million. Some growth compared to the year before, despite the drop in income. So meaning there is some sustainability to think about going forward there. If you look at administrative costs, if you scroll down again, sir. You scroll down for me, please, there, slightly. So administrative costs, you can see 173. There was a drop there. And you can see comparatively, you can see what explains the drop. Majorly, you can see the 127 of the other year had 14 million. The ITLS costs, admin costs at the center, 14 million. So there was a significant drop there, I think leading to the drop from the 298 to the 173. On staff costs, procurement and logistics officer, not significantly increased, but you had increase from the finance and admin officer and the project officer. From your treasurer's discussions, maybe the nitty-gritty would be able to be explained at that point. If you scroll further, please. Scroll further before we go to, okay? You can stop there in the meantime. So we'll just run back to page 9. To page 9. We started with page 8 so that we explained the money, how it came in and how it went out. So when we go back to page 9, whoever is controlling the projection, help me, page 9, please. Page 9. You scroll further. I think that should be page 8, I think. Page 9 is that one, yeah. So you have your statement of financial position. This is basically your asset positioning. How do you stand as at 30th June 2025? Which assets did you have? Which liabilities did you have? So you have investments, which explained by note 2. I think that's the investments in UAP. You see 10 million as at that date. Then you have the receivables. We'll see the split on note 3. You have cash and cash equivalents of 56 million. So you closed the other year with more money than you closed with in 2025 June. Then you had the accumulated fund balance of 110. You had some payables and accruals, mainly the audit fees, I think, and then some other pay as you earn, which were unpaid at that date, but we'll see to the note when we go to note 5. So that's your balance sheet basically. You can see how you are standing comparatively. So the total assets have slightly increased from 101 to 114. So is the total equity and liabilities at which it balances your balance sheet or statement of financial position. If you go to note, sorry, let me lead you to page 16. Page 16. If you scroll to page 16, please. If you scroll for me, page 16. There, you just scroll up a bit, yeah. So page 16, you can see your investments in the UAP unit trust. You have the receivables, accounts receivable, and then you have investment income receivable, the umbrella trust. You have withholding tax receivable from those who withheld from you, and that is, then you have cash and cash equivalents, a split of the bank accounts you held, and the balances the balance that was running on each account, 56 million, and then the payables, which is mainly comprising of staff insurance payable, audit fees payable, and withholding tax payable. Then if you go to page 11, you will see the statement of changes in accumulated fund. Page 11, yeah, that's the statement of changes in accumulated fund. It shows the money you retain, how does it accumulate, and how do you use it. So you can see it shows the comparison between how the money grew from the other year, the resultant money, or the resultant, the surplus. Then you have the surplus for the year that comes from the P&L of 8.9, and then you have the balance as at 30th June, which goes to the statement of changes in, on the balance sheet, that's the statement of accumulated fund of 110. Then the next page is page 12, that shows the cash flow statement. The next page, 12, please, shows the cash flow statement, which is, someone scrolling, please. If you could help, if you're scrolling, please, the next page, so that members can see. Page 12, there, that's the cash flow statement showing you surplus for the year and how you analyze it in terms of money. That surplus for the year may not necessarily be attributable to money, but you have the increase or decrease in the assets, the receivables, the changes in non-cash flow items, the receivables, and then the payables. Increase in receivables is an outflow because you have money held out. Increase in payables is an inflow, and that's why you see increase in payables and accruals. You have 3.3. So you end with 56, which balances at the money you have on the statement of financial position on page 9 of the 56. Whatever I've been running through is management. So I was the finance manager at that point. Now I come back to my role as an external auditor. So whatever I've talked about is not mine. That's for management. Our role as external auditors was, one, to start with those numbers as presented and say, okay, can you give us the support for these numbers? Do they make sense? Are they supported? Do we have areas where we think you need to make adjustments? So we have our procedures, our planning processes. We select materiality. We select a sample of items to look at depending on the risk assessment we have done for the association and the idea that we've audited it before, so that we are able to arrive at an opinion. And our opinion is on page 6. If you go to page 6, that is where our report as auditors starts from, and our report ends on page 8. So our auditor's report is page 6, page 7, and page 8. If you scroll there, we'll be able to see there. So where you see our headed paper, that is what constitutes our auditor's report. So the members of association, and we give our opinion. That's our opinion. We have audited the financial statements of Aapu are set out on page 9 to 20, which comprise the statement of financial position, the statement of changes, the statement of profit or loss, statement of changes in equity, as I've explained them earlier there. In our opinion, the financial statements present fairly in all material respects. The financial position of Aapu as at 30th June 2025 and its financial position, performance and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with International Financial Reporting Standards for small and medium-sized entities. That's the reporting framework you adopted. So in terms of the basis for our opinion is we conducted our audit in accordance with international standards in auditing, ISAs, and our responsibilities under those standards are also described in the auditor's responsibility in this report. So there's a section on our auditor's responsibilities. So our objective there was to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements as a whole present fairly or are free from material misstatements, whether due to fraud, and to issue an auditor's report that includes our opinion, which opinion I've just read, because the standards require that before we tell you what we went through to arrive at the opinion, we first tell you what the opinion is. So the opinion is a clean opinion that presents that the financial statements present fairly in all material respects. It's not absolute assurance, but our assurance is based on the sampling and the materiality. So there are other information like the director's report, which comprises the information included in the document that you title Association of Ambulance Professionals, so which includes the director's report as required by the Companies Act. So the director's report does not constitute a report, but we've read through the content in here in terms of the aspects of registration of the association and the responsibility of the directors. And then we concluded that the information presented is consistent with our knowledge of the Association of Ambulance Professionals. As required by the Companies Act 2012, we report to you also that based on our audit, we have obtained all the information and explanation which, to the best of our knowledge and belief, were necessary for the purpose of our audit. In our opinion, proper books of accounts have been kept by the company so far as appears from our examination. The company's statement of financial position and statement of profit or loss are in agreement with the books of account. The engagement partner that was responsible, what I'm reading is on page 8. Whoever is scrolling, could you please just page 8 there? Page 8, don't go very far. Yeah. The engagement partner responsible for the audit resulting in this independent auditor's report is CPA Edward Sendiwala, practice number P0451, as issued by the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Uganda, and that is myself. So that document was before it was signed, and then Tavern GMS is the audit firm, which I represent as the engagement partner who signs off on this statement, on these financial statements. Thank you so much, members. As far as the financial statements are concerned, that's the opinion we give. On top of the financial statements, we look at the internal control framework of your association as an organization to understand whether there are gaps that you could look at, and then we give recommendations of how you can salvage some of those deficiencies, including aspects of sustainability. So we basically advise. The second report that I think I shared with whoever is projecting is called the management letter. So if you want, please, you can switch to that document called the management letter. Management letter, so that I can highlight a few points that we have mentioned in there. Sir, have you seen the management letter? Okay. Madam, okay, sorry, apologies. I thought it was him. Yeah. So just scroll up, please. Just scroll up, scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. Super. So that is your picture there to make it look fancy and present the imagery of Aapu, but it's not that important. So we move on to the next page. The next page. The next page, yeah, there. It gives the management letter. We have completed the audit. So here we are basically explaining what we went through and what we did. And then in the next point, page 2, if you scroll down again, that's where you will find the points. Not very many points, but the gaps are there. So assignment, the compliance, employees declared in withholding tax returns. Now this one we mentioned it before, we feel it is important for purposes of making sure you don't have tax exposures. So if you have consultants who could be interpreted to mean employees, so you will have an exposure from the tax perspective, and we are saying kindly consider it as finance, and the president consider that, so that you are able to iron out any glaring holes there. Non-remittance of local service tax, it is also important. Of course, we've gotten commentary, and then expired tenancy agreement. For just purposes of legality, it is important to know that you're standing properly. So on employees declared in withholding tax, as you scroll up, madam, on page 3, you see where the point, and then I just wanted to draw to the yes there. So management should ensure that it properly classifies its staff between employees and consultants, as this is crucial to avoid legal, financial, and reputational repercussions. And then you had a comment there, and you told us that you had 3 consultants that were being paid an amount every month. So there is a contract for service and a contract of service. Those who understand accounts, lawyers, will be able to distinguish between the two. So if you have someone you are paying and the person is receiving money every month, is using the tools of the association, he or she does not have the leverage to determine when he or she comes in. If he decides to work on Monday and come back on Saturday, you have nothing you can do. That's your consultant. If the person comes on Monday, comes at 9, and then you question him, why are you late? That even if you call him a consultant, that is your employee. So those are the things you need to think about. If you go to page 4, you will see non-remittance of local service tax. Of course, to support the divisions where you are required to report your employees, and the beauty is this money is deductible off at the point when you are paying the pay as you earn to avoid double taxation. So that is for the finance department to consider and make sure it is complied with. The expired tenancy agreement, that one we just inform you so that you don't forget. I know you know, but just in case you forget, you can have disagreements anytime, and then you can end up in court unknowingly. But we hope that will not happen, so you deal with it. So, but you had status of implementation of prior recommendations, page 6. If you go to page 6, we also state there the recommendations that we have raised previously. There, you just go slowly. So we are delighted to report that you have responded to many of the queries we raised the last time we did the audit. If you look at the status, if you just make it, let's see the status this side. That's what is most important, I think, to the members. There, we see you resolved the first point that we raised. We told you that you should ensure full compliance with agreed upon obligations from the grant, and you resolved it. We told you to ensure that local service tax is paid. You refused, I think. So you have not implemented that one. We also told you to ensure that you submit gross earnings accurately. You implemented. We told you to consider making pay-as-you-earn deductions of staff. You responded positively and implemented it. We told that management should comply and file NSSF remittances every month. You said yeah and complied. We told that management should ensure to comply with NSSF Act regarding filing and payment of returns. You implemented. You had to ensure that you file your income tax returns. You have implemented. We told you that you should ensure that you properly classify your staff between employees and consultants. You refused, I think. You haven't implemented that. I'm just being sarcastic, sorry. You didn't refuse, but we are noting you didn't implement that. We told you to ensure that the accruals principle of accounting is followed, and we note that you're progressively acting on this. The only thing is that you are not accruing for members. You have reasons maybe why you are not accruing for members' contributions, because you have to hold the members accountable. If members are members and they need the association to function, members should please contribute. Otherwise, when a year passes and you have not contributed, but you've been a member, and in your books you are not reporting what that person owes the association, then it means that is gone. You maybe should generate a schedule and say, members, if you've not paid your membership and you were a member, if you signed up to be a member, you have a legal obligation to make good your contribution. Management should consider maintaining a petty cash book you implemented. Management should consider ensuring some assets above 1 million. Maybe you have not done that. I don't know whether you refused, but I understand the cash flow intricacies we are in currently. The economy is not doing well, the world economy at all. So those are just, it's rated low, but those are things you need to consider. And then, but in a nutshell, you implemented over 95 or 98% of the recommendations, which is commendable, So that is it from us, ladies and gentlemen. I again thank you for entrusting us with the opportunity to be a part of Aapu. We may not necessarily be doing the ambulance, but we are doing our part. And that's how we've done it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, CPA
I am happy
Edward.
to receive any questions from members.
You could
clarity.
take a seat here in the meantime as we ask some members.
Thank you.
Those who have questions, those who need clarity with regards to, because he was in two parts. One as the finance and the admin manager for Aapu, and then the other as the auditor. So from his presentation, do you have any questions that you may have, or do you have any clarification that you need him to share? Even the members of the board, you're free to ask. There's one. Where is the hand? All right, here. Yeah, now two.
Okay, thank you so much, CPA Edward. Maybe you will, I would like you to substantiate that word fairly comply, yeah, with the financial statements. So I like figures, so if you can maybe put it in two figures, that maybe they complied 50, 70% or 80. So what does the word fairly comply mean? Because that one will also help Aapu as an association to know how far they need to go. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I forget your name, please. Ambrose. Thank you so much, Ambrose. Now, the international standards on auditing promulgated by the IWSB, International Auditing and Assurance Standards Board, lay out a framework in which auditors should follow and make the reports they present comparable. One, there is a wording, there is a way the auditor's opinion has been guided to be phrased as a bare minimum. Now, when you are conducting the audit, you don't just dive into and ask for a general ledger and you start testing. You have that option where you test 100%. But one, it is not economical if you are to test 100% of the transaction. So what we do is we develop materiality and say anything above 2 million, and even the determination of materiality is based on a standard. There's a certain ISA that guides on how you come up with a materiality that you set based on your client. Now, if we have set materiality to mean 500,000, and we select a sample of transactions of 5 million, and out of them, we find there are some transactions which are 300,000, and they are not fully supported. They could, for example, have a payment voucher But if the third-party support document, for example, an invoice, is not presented for whatever reason, and it is below materiality, I may not question it as unsupported, because I am guided by the materiality I set and the standards. Now, I may not, because there is no standard that has been promulgated to say fairly stated, or fairly stated means true and fair view. Gives a true and fair view. We cannot give a true and correct. I can't say true and correct view, because that means I am giving you absolute assurance. Absolute assurance means I'm saying when you open Aapu transactions for 2025, you will not find a single thing that is not supported. But I'm saying based on the work I have done, I am giving you assurance that it presents a true and fair. Fair means I am cognizant of the realities of the business, and I can conclude that whatever has been done is truthful and fair to the affairs of the association. But I cannot say 70% or 90%. But this is what I can say. When we are auditing Aapu, and even for the other 3 years, we audited 100%. And even for this year, we've audited over 98%. Why? Because the transactions were not so many. But I don't want to create an impression out there in the public that an auditor can conclude to you that it is 90% of the transactions. For you to do that, I have to now make you look at my work papers. I present you my work papers, and then you see every transaction. Now, we spend, for example, I've spent not more than 30 minutes running through accounts, but we spend over a month auditing. So meaning, on top of this just report, we have a whole set of work papers that other people interested, including regulators, can come and say, Edward, I need to look at the work you did before you gave an opinion on Aapu. I specifically want to see the cash and bank. Did you send out confirmations to the bank so that the bank can tell you that the 56 million you are talking about is there? Because it is possible a finance manager, whoever it is, can lie, give you a concocted statement. So there are many of those things we do. When we say investment in UAP unit trusts, we don't just take it. We don't just speak to the president or the finance manager. We actually have a pulling of ropes during that time, to a point where on some scenarios we can even disagree. We can laugh sometimes when we are here, but during the execution of the audit, you find that sometimes you are not laughing. So here we put on a different face. But in a nutshell, the financial statements present fairly, or they give a true and fair view. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Daniel Nsobuga is my name, from Central Region.
Mamba as me.
Yeah. Number one, we want to thank you very much for the work you have done. And you have explained it. It's not an easy task. Number two, the team on your left was stretching so much to look at the screen. I think they may even get strains of the necks. And the documents you are presenting need a lot of referencing, and we have a lot to learn from there. My prayer would be if some copies can be availed, and it becomes much easier to track where it wasn't implemented, so that it can be implemented. Thirdly, members, we should clap for ourselves. Getting a 91-95% in an audit report, it's not easy. We appreciate the management for what it has done to get that score. Lastly, some areas where we had non-compliance, you talked about, for example, a contract for service, a contract of service, and eventually you threw it to the lawyers and whoever. But could be, these are the dilemmas. Who should be for a contract of and a contract for? So that if these are clearly explained, then the compliance can be made. I don't know if you can make time to explain those two concepts. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, my elder brother, Subuga. Subuga is my father's name, so I don't know whether you're my father, but you're my brother. So thank you so much, Mr. Subuga, for those concerns or comments. One, like I was saying, I was holding 2 reports which were my copies as the auditor. Meaning I have already presented the copies of management, and my expectation coming here would be those copies have already been printed and distributed to the members. So, Mr. President, that is for you to respond to. Maybe the intricacies led to the report not being presented. The second point about contract of service and contract for service. Now, we have actually explained. Of course, the challenges sometimes management or organizations face is the tax liability that arises from some members being added on the payroll. And I've actually explained it. Sometimes you go to the organization and you find that the organization's hands are tied. But it is important to comply. Compliance is not debatable. For example, me as an auditor, I cannot come and say, you have people you have paid as consultants, 50 million, and I understand what you're going through. Please do not remit taxes. If you didn't remit taxes, I tell you, sir, you didn't remit taxes. I am not a reporting agent of URA, but I have the legal responsibility to tell you and warn you that if you ever get visited by the regulator, he might hold you culpable. Me, I am not holding you culpable. I am just warning you that don't do this. Now, let me just in a minute explain to you. Contract of service and contract for service. And I will use a simple elementary example. Assuming you have a cleaner, a person who sweeps your office, and when you see that person, you think the person is being paid 10,000 per day. 10,000 per day of cleaning is maybe 50,000 per week, and that's about 200,000 per month, depending on how many days they are working. So the question is, when the cleaner is coming to clean, what tools does she or he use? Does she find the items for cleaning available in office? Does she determine when to come in? If she controls all those aspects, she's not your employee. But if you tell the cleaner, please come in every morning, when you are done cleaning, sit down in your lobby. Lunchtime, come back and clean. Go back. When it comes to feeding lunch, you also feed her. Even if you are paying her 100,000, that person is your employee, because you control her time and you give her tools. If you move it a notch higher and a consultant comes and you give them a laptop to use, a company laptop, you hand over a laptop, you even give them a form that you'll be reporting from 8 to 5. Now, that's a contract of service. That is actually your employee. You actually tell him you reported late to work. If you do not have the power to tell me when to report, I am your consultant. And even the consultancy agreement is drafted differently. For example, if you are, assuming you are a senior person in the association, and you are paid as a consultant, and then you are the one running the management of the association, frankly speaking, you can't be a consultant. You are an employee in terms of the law. Remember, for us, we are giving an audit opinion not based on tax affairs. We are not tax auditors. We are financial statements auditors complying with international financial reporting standards and a reporting framework that you have chosen as the preparer of these financial statements. So when we looked into some of those things, we actually explained them. Mr. President will attest. We ran them through the management, and they said, we understand it, but we are going to act on it slowly going forward as we clean our house in that direction. So that's the farthest I can attempt to explain, unless we go into a detailed lecture where we are talking about contract for service vis-a-vis contract of service. Have I forgotten anything, Mr. Nsubuga? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, CPA Edward. I want to actually, first of all, to thank you. I have just one question I wanted to ask you. But first of all, I want to thank you for the deeper explanation you've just given to us, and also the opportunity of taking us through the financial statement and also the audit report. In your presentation, you actually mentioned that we are proud that the numbers are growing. Aapu is growing in number of membership. But when you presented in the report, you showed that our contribution in terms of finance, actually, it is becoming lower. Actually, if I can note properly, you mentioned that in 2024, the contribution from members was about 50 million, but in 2025, it was about 10 million, which is significantly low. Maybe I want also to say that maybe what I didn't see actually in the report was what is the debt, given the number of the members that we have, and the expectation, the target we expected to get from all the members that we have currently. What did we expect, and what didn't we get? As in, what is the actual debt that we should follow up as members so that we can improve on our performance? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I will attempt to answer that. One thing happening in the global economy is there are lots of changes, and whoever is managing a not-for-profit or a charity-based organization, you need to be alive to the current realities of the world. And many organizations are actually thinking about sustainability. The word now is sustainability. Are you sustainable as an institution, or you are dependent? Now, why I flagged out membership? Because membership is your sustainability tool that you can depend on. If, for example, we saw BMZ, we saw Malteser, these are institutions doing a good job in financing you. But God forbid, if one day Malteser and BMZ, if you pull out, and I don't know if you present that report and you see, the lady who was presenting, if you don't mind, you present that financial statements so that members can see the income section. I don't remember the page, but if you present, I'll guide you. Is the lady still up there? If you don't mind, just present so that what I am explaining can make sense. Otherwise, I'll just be talking to myself in thin air. I want you to see the reality so that you can be alive to what you need to do. So that when your secretariat is telling you members contribute, you know why that is being said.
I think in a while it should be up.
Yeah, I can read from the book because I know the numbers. Okay, if you see the income for the year, you had 46 million from AGNF project. 49, sorry. And then the year before you had 160. That's a drop.
We have it up now.
Okay, you not that one. The other one. The other financial statements.
The financial statement.
Yes, the financial statements. This should be a management letter.
At the top, ping the tab.
The first presentation. And you run to page 17. Not this report.
Not this report.
You click on the other one. Click on the first,
The one in the
that
middle.
one.
You're
Click on
right.
that one. And you go to page 17. If you go to page 17, if you run to page 17, you'll see what I'm talking about. There. Now you see, this is how you generating income. And I want you to see what sustainability I'm talking about. BMZ Malteser International gave you 422. Okay, you pull that out from the equation. And then pull out AGNF from the project. You have 460 out. Out of the 666, you remove 460 out. You have 200. Okay? Maybe you also go to the expenditure and pull out expenses related to those two projects. You won't be sustainable. The word is you will not be sustainable. Now, many organizations are closing. Why? Because of over-reliance to the donors. You can't have an association that is 90% dependent on donations. And not even local donations. You see what's happening globally. We have the war in Ukraine and Russia. We have the wars in the Middle East, Israel. There is chaos all over. And there has been a rethinking about the donations coming south. So you can't expect a donor in Europe to continue sending finances to Uganda or an association in Uganda if there is a war next door. If you look at the statistics of the budgets of these countries, one thing is clear: the budget for defense was shoot up. Many countries had to triple their defense budget. By tripling the defense budget, it means reducing the donations. You have USAID out, and what's the impact USAID has had on many other organizations. So that is what I was talking about there. Now, members need to make a contribution. You asked about the dates. Now, these financial statements are summary. When we start the audit, this is not what we get. We get something detailed. But if we produced financial statements detailed, you would have 100 pages. What you requested for is already there in a general ledger. The general ledger is summarized to something called a trial balance. The trial balance gives you 5 million. The financial statement show 5 million. But the detail of the 5 million has 50 members seated in what you call a general ledger. That is what the accountant does. So when we go, the accountant showed us a list of all those members. I think you're right. Maybe going forward we can include that schedule of members who have not paid. But there is no way you can include a schedule of members that have not paid, and yet in the accounts that money is not included because of the concept of accounting, where you are not accounting for it on an accruals basis. Accruals basis means if someone owes you $1 million, it is your income even if he has not paid it. In cash basis of accounting, if someone owes you $1 million, you don't report it as your income. You wait until the money comes and then you report it. So that's what you're doing. You're saying, you members, all of you are members by words. We have grown the West, grown the Central, grown the East. But the financial statements of the associations are not reflecting that. So members have to be alive to the fact that when you sign up to be a member, it's an obligation. When the year begins, pay your membership. And the fees are very small, by the way. To me, not to me because of financial status, no, but to me in my perception. When I see your sustainability, if you want to do a lot of things, the board can think about setting up investment ventures for the association. Even if you set up another vehicle that is handled within Aapu as an association that generate income. So you can build on the members' contribution to be as a startup capital for the other venture that can come up. Maybe at the end of the day, the association could even have a savings scheme where members can draw on money. If you're a member and you have for us as members of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants, we have a separate vehicle where we save. And we have made quite lots of money. So you as an association, you can think about that. Because you will not be able to help people if you can't help yourself. Believe you me, whether you like it or not. I am not a medical practitioner, but I am alive to the fact that if you to help any other person, you need to be able to help yourself first. And you need to be able to be sustainable first. The same way you say, in Luganda, those who understand Luganda, we say, omusezi atandikira wakawe. When you are going to be a witch doctor, you cannot just do witches from the neighbor and skip your home, yet you are sleeping in your home. So that's what I could say, sir. I hope I am helpful.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
A big round of applause for him. I think there's still one question here that I should take.
Thank you, sir. I'm by names of Baine Onesfa from Western and a BLS provider, courtesy of Aapu. May I have a supplement, having had a very long explanation on our yearly subscription. I would come up with a suggestion if maybe there could be a reminder always on our phones or on WhatsApp group, such that members know when to pay the subscription, because at times we don't intend to delay paying this subscription, but because we always have a lot of things on it. So I would kindly request that if you could get that always notification, it would put us on pressure and we pay that money in time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Edward. And to our president, thank you so much. To the new members, Mr. President normally tells us that Aapu is a home away from home. Thank you. Me, from the analysis of the audit and the submission, I have come up with a proposal. We as Aapu family, by this AGM and on agreement, let's set up a target. We say that by next year's AGM, we set a target, we say we are supposed to enroll, because our main source of income is enrolling new members and adhering to quote annual subscription. Now, if we set our target, next AGM we shall come here and say what went wrong and what went right. From there, we can analyze where we are heading as far as sustainability is concerned. Thank you.
Yes, yes. So before he comes in, I think for our record, we are growing the question of sustainability, right? And I don't know why I have the feeling that the AGM has just started after his presentation, isn't it? We all feel that, right? So I think one of our resolutions is going to be on the membership subscription. And in that, you'll permit me through the board that we have to see something we up. Because I agree with him, he said that's him, but now we as two, us, him and me, I think it is little. We shall come up with a framework which we need to communicate so that we are more sustainable, because as you see, the global south is really shrinking and we need to help that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Semakola Ali Jagenda. Me, I'm just appreciating the process, because you know, most organizations present the audit report towards lunchtime so that people don't concentrate. But what I've seen, yes, we are used to vitals, but now I've seen people are very much interested in knowing some of these things, and that is very good. You know, presenting the financial report at this hour, it also checks the members this side. So I appreciate that, because most AGMs, I repeat, people present this towards lunch so that people don't listen, they don't understand these things so much. But thank you so much.
Thank you. So for whatever other questions, we shall take them later, but have them written, and then we can compile them, and maybe towards the end we shall be able to take that on. Mr. Senda, I hope, Sendiwala, I hope you're comfortable remaining there. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. You look all very smart. Cliff, most welcome. As another board member, and we thank him for sparing time and being around. We will be having our next presentation, and I will be inviting JJ to take up the podium and be able to share with us his reports. Any other questions, please have them written. We can always pick them, and we shall be able to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. There is an annual report we can present first. Online, I'm seeing Dr. Faith Komagum, Akole Moses, Kamahoro Christine, Kevin, Uthman, Paulo Okot, Rita, Teddy Nakubulwa, and Tambi Umaru should be here. Some of our funders, but also members, international members, Laura and Duncan, are we able to see you all later? I'm seeing them following. And many others, thank you. I am ready to start. Someone told me a story that the phones we see, especially those produced in China, look beautiful but are produced in very small places with very few people. But they look so nice and do so well. And including the work you see at Aapu looks beautiful, but how it is manufactured, yeah, it's through sacrifice. Now, the teacher in me feels like I should first request
Joseph,
you to.
I'll disrupt a little for the interest of the board members and their next. They will take up the seats here so that they can also follow. Towards the end, we can invite them back. Thank you.
Yeah. In the same way, the teacher in me says that the yellow side can all come this side, so that our visitors, our keynote speakers can have at least an audience here. Please. I swear I won't start. Could we first fill this green area? Yeah, it's just 100 something of us. If we scatter, we won't have a good audience. Thank you very much.
All right, members on the corner there, please. And as you do that, I wish you were standing where Joseph is. It looks better, isn't it?
Here looks better.
It's getting better.
Ali sat here since 8. I don't know what he's waiting for, but let's join him.
Right, right. And thank you for the cooperation and for moving.
We can let Eric take care of that side as the security.
Eric want to move, but with his permission, it is acceptable. Right, right. But for the others, thank you so very much.
When I came here, they told me I will see some things here. Are they coming, or I'm a villager?
So I just want to emphasize, if there are certain burning questions that you may be having and may not have time, please send in your questions. We'll pick them up and we will be able to, towards the end, answer some of them, or at least give you assurances. I think, Joseph, you're now good to go. Thank you.
So today, 15th, we come for our 55th AGM. This morning, Sylvia said, Aapu, thank you very much. You have consistently did the AGM without postponing for now 5 years. We clap for each other. And we are moving forward. Okay. Technical team, this is what you told me to do. I look in the screen, this side. I need help. Oh, I switch on. I swear. Now it works. We have gotten some new members. I would love to remind you that where we look at either a leader in the development of linkage of professional providers of emergency medical services in this country. We are also putting ourselves as best to promote emergency medical service profession through training, advocacy, research, public education, and networking. And you will tell us if we are moving very well. So just as a reminder, in 2017 or even earlier, some few people sat together and said there should be an association of ambulance professionals. Some of us were not on those tables, but look, here we are. They went, registered it, and we operate legally. You want to check our registration number, so please feel proud that your association is registered. It is not someone's company, but it's limited by guarantee, meaning by members. It's not a Tom or whoever registered it association. It's a members association, and we got incorporated and registered in 2017 on June the 23rd. I every year remind you about this. So the way we operate, we have a board of directors, which we also call the National Executive Committee. We also have the Secretariat, which is led by the President. We have regional representatives, and then the core, who are members of this association. I'm sure today we will talk a bit about the Constitution. Sometimes there is some sort of mix. But to be clear, there is a board, there is a secretariat, there is regional representatives, there is members, and in between the secretariat and the NEC, there are other boards. One of them, which is key, is the training board. Okay, as a reminder, those are still our board members until we vote them out. Anyone unfamiliar? No one has died. They are all still living. And many of them are active. We haven't lost again any regional representatives. Those are your representatives. I have seen Mr. Twaha Ayub from Eastern here. If you could wave or stand up, but they know you. Please stand for recognition. Small, but with a big head inside. I have also seen Daniel Onsubuga from the Central region. You could still stand up for recognition. Mrs. I didn't get the husband's name, but let's say Slivia Natukunda. She's around. The chairperson of Western Region. Dr. Baguma, I think he's out of the country. Is he back? The leader of the Northern Region. And then we have looking at myself, this guy from Central Region, as the PowerPoint comes back. West Nile, we have Mr. Wandera. Is he here or is attending virtually? Wandera. Okay. If I need some help, thank you, please. This was our last AGM. We still take our members as the core value for this organization, for this institution. And you are our purpose. You are our partners, the first partners we rely on. And you are our greatest strength. We are over 400 something. When I see only 100 coming, I feel a bit bad, but I am happy for those of you who have made it physically. This is how we are performing. Last year, 2 years ago in 2023, I don't know what happened. We are so very high. And last year, unfortunately, the reporting of this AGM sometimes doesn't give you the actual picture because the AGM comes a bit past the many activities. So there is a lot we are not going to report that we have done, but you will find it next year. So what we are reporting according to what happened, so far, Western Region has 71. Central Region has 181. 83 from Eastern. 6, I think there are more. Okay, 6 international members. We have 48 from Northern, 31 from Western, and this is an approximate total as of now. We have so many affiliated members, but these ones are the ones who got money from their pocket to pay to become members. So the only shame here will come in a slide just in front. We have obligation to you members as the association or other people trying to steer the activities of the association. One of it is to create advocacy grounds, to create networking grounds, to make sure that we provide training opportunities and also provide research for this sector that we are standing in. But you also have obligations, and I'm happy that the auditor was hitting on the head, including myself. One of your obligations as members is to adhere to the industry values. Musa, when we see you, I'm not saying you do it, when I see you putting nanasi in the ambulance, then you are not representing us what? Well, you put on our jacket and then you put bricks in the ambulance. They see you arriving at a funeral in an ambulance, and then you call yourself an ambulance provider or a profession from this association. We also need to get subscription fees from you annually. And to be honest, we are over books here have about 23 to 26 people from 400 something who have renewed their membership. You also have an obligation to attend association events. And one of the events you shouldn't miss, people who are online and people who will watch this video later, is attending the AGM. You should never miss the AGM because that is your obligation. Now, what if we wanted to vote now, the new president, and then we vote someone you don't like, and then you're like, Kara, I didn't come. Those people did not involve me. So please attend association events and also promote the good name of the association wherever you are. We still implement our activities using the rescue chain, and we have been instrumental in many things, helping the ministry with other development partners with other partners in EMS, first of all, to develop the national ambulance uniform. Team, you could stand up so that other members can see us. This is some of our work together with very many people. Yeah?
Right,
So now
right.
we have good professionals.
Joseph, sorry for the interruption. One of us, UAK 377, I think has blocked the Primo. Would request that you go on.
I know it is going.
Right, thank you, thank you. You can continue, please. Thank
Okay, that's the national uniform. We are also in the conversations and discussions and contributions to first of all have an active emergency call number. You have seen that we are keen on having a national first aid standard, working together with Malteser International and of course many providers of first aid training to see that we have a standard of first aid in this country. And of course, now we have the first EMTs in the country. We have been called to develop that curriculum, but also to participate in. I am one of the first EMTs in this country. My other colleagues should stand up and you see them. Ambrose. I know we got big jobs elsewhere. I have seen also, please, from Tweyambe, my Ogi. Yes, there are many who are the EMTs of this country. It has been a journey, but we are getting there. And of course, we support in-service training to upscale the care in emergency departments, even though we are biased into pre-hospital care, but many of our members are both from the hospital space and pre-hospital space. Why? Because anytime a doctor is needed outside the hospital, anytime a nurse is needed outside the hospital, and vice versa. You come to the emergency department as an ambulance driver, as an EMT, you're expected to do some sort of support in the emergency department. If they tell you, okay, please, could you stay with that patient for 15 minutes as we clear this and that, you want to be comfortable in that environment and you can comfortably do some kind of care during that time. As a matter of fact, as a member of the association, try to always make safety a norm. Last time we got a tire burst. I was with Jonan. Jonan, are you here? He's down, eh? I was with him. We got a bad tire burst, and our car also deployed the airbags. And then what happened next was safety. Running to the bush to get trees. And then he did 1, 2, 3, 4, and he put it there. And we started discussing now, Jonan, do we have good distance? Should it be 30 meters? Should it be 150 meters? Should it be 2 meters? Yeah, and it is always a good discussion. So please make safety a norm. Actually, in the next 15 minutes, another car almost rammed into us. But the good thing, they had seen the warning signs. 2 tires burst. The people who use Gulu Road, I don't know. You should stay more safe. Yeah? So please make sure that safety is a norm. Have emergency numbers at your fingertips. At least know a provider from within us, because all of us are from this space. Someone should not call you from the community asking for help, and you also do not know who to contact.
Joseph?
Yep.
Just a small interruption. 2 other cars are blocking the parking. UBQ 181A and UBM 414T. Wish and Subaru. Please, we requested to
I
give
know
us
that
a
Subaru is going.
All right, okay, thank you. So as the Subaru goes, we ask the Wish to go as well, and then thank you.
You can also not be a member of Aapu if you do not have any sort of care training, at least first aid. Who of us do not have any kind of training? We are going to support you at least. Say, I have never been trained in anything. Someone brought me to this association, but I don't know nothing. If the guy who is talking falls down now, I will run away. 2 people, 1, 2. You are becoming many. Many to sponsor. Let's talk after this, yeah? Let's talk after this. You cannot be a member of Aapu and you do not of emergency training. At least we can start first aid. And is reliable or have reliable ambulance providers on your fingertips. So just going into small details of what we have achieved in the reporting period. One of our biggest shots, and we thank Malteser so much, is we now have an official course for ambulance drivers. We fought for ambulance drivers during the EMT course. We got frustrated. They asked us so many things. Did you do biology? Did you do physics? And some of our colleagues brought certificates of 1946 where it was okay to do what you want. And they are very good people who are in this industry driving ambulances and supporting patients, but they do not have recognition. Right now, we have a curriculum accredited by the Department of Industrial Training, Ministry of Education. So it is called an ambulance driver training, or EVOC, and I thank some of the experts who have been a key to develop this curriculum. We can see one of our own who is here and is present. There is one, yeah? You stand up if you are here and present. So whatever you see in the curriculum came from his head and many other heads, plus so many other developers. So please, when the time comes to implement this as an ambulance driver, you now know where to go and how to get recognized. The other important thing within the reporting period, we have been able to extend our collaborations with many institutions, with many movements. And one of the things we did this year in this very space was the very first symposium that brought so many colleagues from Kenya, from Tanzania, and yeah, we had a symposium here, but also the first EMS day. If you remember the one we did in Lugogo. And it was very nice. We had the minister available, the exhibitions by very many providers, and this, we were part of the people who made it happen, of course with other stakeholders. And every 2 years, we follow closely the AFSEM conference, and we are also a member of AFEM. And last year, was it last year? We sent Umar to participate onto the Simu Cup, and Uganda won. You remember, you saw that. So Aapu has been very key on these developments, and part of our members, Ambrose here, is now a big man. He should stand again for recognition. Ambrose now leads the pre-hospital section out of hospital emergency care for AFEM. And we are with him here. He's part of us. And of course, we have also conducted very many drills, but one of the biggest was the one we conducted with different stakeholders, including police, fire, marine, and very many other collaborators. So we continue to build institutional capacity. We told you that we have a running strategic plan, now 2 years into it. We have continuously done external audits. We have just received the report. And we continue advancing our advocacy efforts. This year, we have been in Germany trying to advocate for so many things. We have also gone to Netherlands. We have met the Rotary of Uganda, Rotary of German, to look for money, first of all, but also to look for support, but also to look for recognition for not just Aapu, but the entire country. So this we have done so well during the period. And the exciting news is that we got 4 new projects which we are running in 2 years. So one of them is the ITLS Access course and Duty to Respond course. It's a trauma-related course. Access means gaining, okay, I'm going to say access means gaining access to patients. Getting patients out of wreckages safely and then treating them on scene and then through transport and there. So how do you break into a car safely and that stuff? So this is the course we are going to do. Then many of us would not qualify to do ITLS because it's for medical providers. But you're a driver and you would love to do a trauma course which is internationally accredited. So there is a Duty to Respond course one day. It's going to start also. It's a project that we are starting this year and the trainings will start in January. We are also currently running another project of pediatrics and neonatal care in Zambia. And it should be a blueprint for other hospitals. We have a research that will be conducted there. If this works, we would make a small curriculum for these babies and children, and it can be used for other hospitals to learn from. We are starting and extending our arm of internationally accredited courses in the West, because people say we would love to come for the trainings, but besides the payment you pay to come for the training, you also have accommodation, you also have transport, and we are thinking if we started another training center in the West, that would be nice. All of the last week we have been in that region trying to develop faculty and providers of advanced life support, pediatric life support, neonatal life support, and it has gone well. It's still working and going on, and we still encourage you people from West to get involved. There are still chances to train closely for free. Closely free. Yeah, we are only asking 100,000, which is going to support their center to develop. And the big fish here is the 80-hour course. We have got some funding for about 4 or 3 or maybe 4 courses across the regions of 80-hour. I hope you know the 80-hour. Our consultant said 80 HR. But it was okay, it's not from us. This is an 80 hours course for 10 days, pre-hospital introductory course. Many of us, when we attend it, it opens our minds to emergency care, and we start yearning for more courses, for more things, and it is good. We really thank AGNF, Laura is attending, for fighting for these projects. All these projects are almost written by her with our support and support of course, the institutions involved. So AGNF has continuously supported to get these projects, and Health for Uganda supported us to get the 80-hour project. So if you have also not been trained, when this chance comes, of course we said our members are always the first priority. When we start implementing, we shall definitely not forget you. They have just read 46 new members today. And out of 420 members, only 26 renewals. So I don't know who to look at. I don't know who paid, who didn't. But the eyes that are coming to me look like they didn't pay. I hope we get the time to make this payment. Really, 50,000 annually is a very little thing. And we shall also work on reminding you, sending you reminders, or maybe the weakness comes from there. But I have seen Justine trying, really, and the department. So please, just do your obligation as we also do ours. So this is a summary of the training so far. Only in the reporting period, this is until July this year. But if we are to add the trainings until yesterday, we have trained over 614 healthcare workers in internationally accredited courses. Next year, we are targeting fundraising. We are going to tell you shortly about what we want to fundraise for, what we want to now focus on in the next few years. And we also want to launch the 80-hour, oh yes, I needed to have mentioned this. We have a big project, but it was presented last year with Malteser International to make this 80-hour course that we will be doing with other people a product of Aapu, not just an 80-hour from how we are writing it in a timetable. It is a cohort of put this thing, put this back, put some material of first aid, put some material of ITLS, put. So Malteser International is helping us to put together this course, and it becomes recognized in the country. The process is already continuing, is already in place. The consultants are working on a guide and on a frame of this course, and we will be able to provide a nationally accredited course come next year. So the ambulance driver trainings, we also have some funds from Malteser International to do evoke. So whenever we are called upon, please come, especially people from the West. These projects is a bonanza for you, but we will try to involve as many other people from other regions. And all these things we're seeing here is what we are looking at next year, and also building a center of excellency. Shortly, we will explain that in the next presentation. So I am one person who likes visual presentations. I have a lot of videos if you went on my TikTok posting these things. Unfortunately, TikTok content is not nice to present for people here. So you will find it, you can find Senkumba Joseph and see some of the trainings, but we have one professional video of a training of ITLS. We have supported Ishaka Adventist Hospital in ITLS. And of course, so many institutions. If I'm to mention City Ambulance, if we have anyone working with City Ambulance, thank them so much. We train their staff all year through in ITLS. We have recently trained Naguru, China, Heart Institute, Uganda Police. We are training Parliament of Uganda, the Doctors Parliament of Uganda. There are so many big institutions and hospitals. And recently we are in Lacho Hospital in Gulu doing the trainings. I can give you an endless list. You can also see some of the photos on some photo grid down there. All those things were happened this year. So I will end with this video to show you how ITLS runs and how we did it. And I'm available for questions. We need sound.
The ability to assess, act, and save a life begins with training that's structured, hands-on, and focused.
My name is Senkumba Joseph. I am the head of training at the Association of Ambulance Professionals, Uganda. I also coordinate the first
First pause, Commissioner, there. Let us stand up and clap for Commissioner. Welcome him as he comes. You can come in, Doctor. Thank you for coming to see your people. Could you please start the video from the beginning? Thank you very much, team. And for that reason, he has a very short time. We do not know how long he will stay. I will suppose we play this video, and after the video, he can greet us, and he decides whether to stay or to quickly run.
When trauma strikes, seconds matter. The ability to assess, act, and save a life begins with training that's structured, hands-on, and focused.
My name is Senkumba Joseph. I am the head of training at the Association of Ambulance Professionals, Uganda. I also coordinate the first emergency medical services training school for short courses, and we are happy that we host a number of internationally accredited courses in Uganda.
Hosted at Ishaka Adventist Hospital, this 3-day ITLS course brings life-saving skills right to the front lines of healthcare. Designed for paramedics, EMTs, nurses, and physicians, the internationally accredited program equips participants with the confidence and expertise to deliver rapid, organized, and effective trauma care in pre-hospital settings.
We are here at Ishaka Adventist Hospital. We were happy when we were approached to give support to try and improve care of trauma and also care of cardiac emergencies in the hospital of Ishaka.
This off-site arrangement allows institutions like Ishaka Adventist Hospital and any facility across the country to bring world-class emergency training directly to their teams.
So what motivated me to take part in this ITLS training, there are like two things. One, I have been taking care of trauma patients a lot, basically on a daily basis, and I have realized there is a gap that exists between what I know and what is the ideal, and therefore I hope to bridge that gap after the course of this training.
I was trained in first aid and also trained in best life support, and hearing about ITLS was a great privilege, a treasure that I could not afford to lose.
Very many trainees have a wide range of expectations which are actually driven by the big burden in the country of where we have so many road traffic accidents.
So participants normally approach us when they really want to gain skills, they want to gain knowledge that can help them deal with those trauma patients that do come to their facilities. They normally want to gain hands-on sessions.
They want to be promised, they want hope, and all this has been factored in with the practice of ITLS. So as participants come, they want to be assured of the bridging the existing gap in the previous management of how we are actually managing the patients.
So the skills that I hope to gain at the end of this training, there are so many, but specifically I want to gain advanced skills in airway management, which is a part of the assessment that we have for a long time left for anesthetical officers. But I think at the end of this training, I hope to gain more skills in how I can manage the airway in a patient who is severely injured.
I expect to gain a lot mostly to improve in my skills of attending to patients who are affected by trauma, and majorly maintaining the airway and the quick decision making to make sure we save lives in time.
It is important for us to appreciate that ITLS actually is addressing our gap, that it gives you one mind of the time. However, you are addressing the challenge, the problem directly as expected.
I didn't know so much regarding patient pickup from the scene and transport to the facility. And as we know, as health workers, that is very, very critical regarding survival of the patients and the nature of patients we are receiving in the hospital.
I've learned about the assessment of a patient in a given manner. So I have to follow a certain algorithm to make sure I provide good services to my patient.
Yes, the expectation were made in that I wanted to know most on resuscitation on traumatic cases and even assessing them. Because at first I was saying that chest compressions, how do I do them? The management of distress cases, the management of cardiac cases, but alongside traumatic. The patient is having trauma but got cardiac arrest or having a respiratory distress. So that management plus assessment, I've gained a lot from it. So I will put it in practice, and I think that the patients will also benefit from me.
I have gained skills like doing splitting or in the right way, and the station of the patients who are surely critically ill.
As we see here in our training, we used to have those patients, but we didn't know how we can manage it. Now, I think we are going to improve how we take care of our patients.
Given these particular skills acquired, the responder is getting to the scene already with the biggest number of solutions. And this goes back to giving hope to the patients and even the people that are trying to ensure that they really get exactly what they expected from the responding team.
However, beyond technical skills, ITLS fosters a learning environment that promotes teamwork, friendship, and community building.
Yeah, the overall experience of the course, it has been majorly a hands-on, and so that has brought skills on board, which skills I'm going to apply to the clients I'm going to meet out there.
This overall training is a bit comprehensive compared to our training, because in this training they provide you with hands-on experience, and you gain much more with more cross-monitoring of the trainers. They share knowledge and the good communication skills, how you are supposed to assess the patient.
I'm praying or I'm requesting that administration should work hand in hand with this company. They continue coming. They also assist us and come and check on us where we are doing the right thing, because in practice you can find we are doing contrary. But it's better this group should come and also check on us. If it is my request that up there, and even better off, they can even train another group, because one day, one time will not be there, and my friend who will be on duty, the case will come.
Thank you, AGNF, for investing in our association, for investing in our country. And I really thank so much everyone who is involved in cascading skills of ITLS, because trauma is still a burden. Many of our people in Uganda still die because of trauma incidents.
I really want to thank again the sponsors for this program. I want to thank you, Laura. I want to thank you, Duncan. And I want to thank the entire team of the Association of Ambulance Professionals in Uganda, who have taken off time and resources to come and so that they empower a team in Ishaka regarding trauma assessment and trauma management. We are forever grateful. May the Lord bless you.
From Kampala to the farthest corners of Uganda, ITLS is building a stronger, faster, and more confident emergency response network, one professional at a time. Whether at our main center or right in your hospital, we bring world-class trauma training to where it's needed most. Empower your team. Save more lives. ITLS Uganda, when every second counts.
Yes, thank you so very much. And Commissioner, most welcome again. Dr. Andrew, welcome again. Tom, I want to request you to do the honors. Thank you.
The commissioner has already accepted to stay here as long as we are here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Technical team, I told you presentation 2. So the auditor clearly stated that we cannot forever rely on funders, and we need to think strongly about sustainability, and we need to start thinking, how do we get from the position X where we are? Luckily for us, the training department is growing and catching up fire. The challenge is we are increasingly getting bigger than the dream where we are. So we are now thinking that we better start implementing big plans. And with partners, with friends, and with all of you members, actually with you members, we want to build an emergency center of excellency. And we are choosing a region along Gulu Highway. And of course, if we, people are saying yes. Of course, if we get more land, the idea is to grow in all regions. But why Gulu? We now all know why Gulu. That corridor is becoming a massacre. And our belief is that if we concentrated along that road with some resources to put stations of ambulances manned with professional EMTs who are graduating, some of them are actually getting hard to find jobs right now. We also want to have a station of stabilization along the way to increase survivorship. And most importantly, to build an ambulance college, which has always been our dream. So in a nutshell, I'm going to present this. We are greatly supported by many partners, but AGNF in particular is looking at this sustainability issue with a very keen eye. We have started the journey with them and call upon all partners to join us. The background has already mentioned. I don't know how the auditor read my mind. But does this work, or when they see my hand like this, they do? This is in my mind. Okay, I hope it works.
there is a shift in funding countries like Uganda, and that is for true, and you can see we rely so much on German funds in our programs here in Uganda, including big organizations here, including the Ministry of Health. But like the auditor mentioned, these people are now refocusing on their own people near, on their own security budgets because of what is happening in the world. And increasingly funding is going so down. I'm sure some of us here might have been even affected. Dr. Andrew has been our advocate for so long, so he was selected to attend one of the highest meetings of where money is in funding. And part of the reports he told us is that, you know what, guys, we better start thinking of collecting our own money. Money up there is getting smaller and smaller with evidence. But there is also now an increasing need to build South-South cooperations, continents and countries, and there is a very big interest into Africa, especially in the area of emergency medicine. And there is an opportunity to put sort of an excellence in some country in Africa, where all countries could come, have conferences, have short courses, have meetings where we can hold meetings like the summits, yeah? And Uganda is presenting itself to be that country that should be chosen. And we are trying to work on that. Now, back to Gulu. These are a bit old, 2023, but I think if we got the fresh statistics and the fresh pictures, some of you might not want to look at them. And I'm sorry that some of us lost relatives in the recent incidents. So clearly, these pictures, we show them to other people, but Uganda, we already know what our problem is. This was just a brief concept of what has been so far done in the direction of building capacity of emergency care. One of the biggest things is to start standardized trainings in the country, focusing on trauma and also focusing on internal medicine, especially cardiac-related deaths. And the other thing Aapu has been really involved in is to try and get a national resuscitation committee. Yeah, the World Council is not working so well. And I must say, I already mentioned that this year, part of the activities that will allow us build capacity for healthcare workers are some of these 4 projects, and also including the activities that we do with Malteser International to try and reach the very first healthcare worker. I mentioned the EPALS NLS project that we are doing within Zambia, the ITLS, which we shall do with Uganda Police, Fire, and other stakeholders, Ministry of Health, of course, in that top. We are currently, I have seen Dr. Priska coming in slowly. You are welcome. We are currently working with the University of Mbarara, especially the Department of EM, and also Gulu, Mbalala Regional Referral to establish another hub of training. And of course, the 80-hour courses, the 10 days introduction to EMS course. These funds are available, and we hope to use them to reach the biggest number of people as we build the dreams coming through. So we are looking at Gulu Highway. One of the rumors we had is that the administrative whatever will come from Kampala into that region. And looking forward in future, we thought we would go there first. That's one of the reasons, but also we have seen that the stretch when an incident happens to get the next health center
are really a bit long. Sometimes you need to drive an ambulance 100 kilometers or maybe 90 something kilometers from where the incident is to the next center where you can get help. And sometimes when you get to the center, it's also not as enough as you would have wanted to survive. And now the dream is to have an Aapu Center of Excellency. We have discussed it with the board, we have discussed it with partners, and very many partners are interested in joining us. This is a land title which we haven't bought. But the owner gave us a copy. We have gone to Nakasongola to look for the land because the land is there but very expensive and we do not have the money. And one of our cry in this AGM is that we start thinking strategically, seriously, and with vigor to reach the dream. That is where we want to go along Gulu Highway to establish a pre-hospital care station, some ambulance stations, a college. Maybe in future we can even put accommodation, cafeteria, and whatever. We can put, when we looked at this room like this, we said we should have like 3 of these rooms in that place. We can hold our symposiums, our conferences, and this is what we are dreaming. We are looking at 20 acres of land. If any member here has land, we can leave this idea and we go to your land. 20 acres free. Anyone? We could be talking when people have land here. So for now, we shall work towards getting the land. About 20 acres. So far from the board members, there is commitment to buy at least 2 acres. I'll tell you how much each acre. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing, but or the person helping me is doing. Okay. So we have a short-term plan, and a long-term plan. And one of the short-term plan is, first of all, to strengthen emergency care capacity in the existing health facilities along that road. And we are focusing to Kiriandongo and other facilities around, because over time they have been overwhelmed when they flow in too many patients. Equipment, training, and the space, we hope that we can solve some of those things when this dream comes true, and also make quite small ambulance stations with maybe 1 ambulance somewhere where EMTs can sleep and wait and on shift, and also provide an avenue for emergency care training, especially the EMTs, to come and do their what? Is it called shadowing, their practicum or practice in these places. And we also want to scale up the training center. Right now, like I told you, the Zana Center is becoming increasingly smaller for the numbers that we train. This weekend, next week, we have a team of 24 participants. If you have been there, you know that it is a disaster to have 24 participants at once. All our rooms should be free, and sometimes we go out of our offices and we make them training rooms. It still works, but the need for training is becoming bigger. On an average, on a day, I get like 5 requests of training. And the sooner we start thinking to move, the better. So we want to extend our training center there, and of course, build a stronger emergency medical cooperation with the regional EMS stakeholders. And we are not going far from Ministry of Health. Every time we want to ask what is the priority and how can we be part of the priorities of the Ministry of Health. What I need to also mention, without, is it called the interest what? There is that, it's a legal term,
conflict of interest. The commissioner is part of the board of Aapu. Don't tell other people. So he's not here in that capacity, but when he puts off the coat of Minister of Health, we have him as a friend, as a father, and as a part of this association. So we also want to be able to provide the National Resuscitation Committee space for offices and their operations in that building or in that infrastructure, because we also need to move with AFEM. They do not have an office here. I think they have people. If I asked, oh heck, AFEM, where is your office? In his bag. So in our future, we are thinking of hosting these big institutions like AFEM, like Uganda National Resuscitation Committee, Emergency Care Society, Emergency Care Association of Uganda, whenever. And we use this space as a center of excellency of emergency care services. The person who built, who drew us something like this, I know we can get better impressions. But in mind, this is what we are looking at, something like this, maybe 2 floors of the ambulance college, the stabilization center, and a small ambulance station, or maybe 1. But by the 10th year, I think we can have like 3 stations along this road. And as in future, like 10 years to come, we want to also integrate mental health into all our projects and all our work, because it is increasingly becoming a global demand to integrate mental health into emergency care. And we want to be the recognized hub in East Africa and beyond, where other countries should come and learn, should come and train, should come and benchmark, and should come to do their activities with us and within our country. Like I mentioned, we can have more cottages. EMS physicians, nurses would be like, no, I want to spend this weekend doing 2 courses, and I would sleep there and eat there and club there and swim there. That is the future in more years. This is another part. So we are looking at about 20 acres of land. Minister of Education asks for a lot of things. Eventually we want to become a school, a college. It might take time, but we would also want to invest in that and be an ambulance college in Uganda, and positioning ourselves apart from South Africa. Actually, you can get what we are talking about in South Africa and maybe Ghana. We went with Commissioner in Ghana. We saw something nice like that. The next one should be Uganda, and Uganda usually grows the biggest, and we will make the best out of our dreams. This side, we need money, members. I was here calculating and said 400 members. We need like 1 billion shilling or more. But the target is too huge. We can start small in the next 3 years. And we are calculating here, if all of us said, let's contribute how much? Minimum. Denise, like how much minimum? Money is hard to discuss, but just a few figures. If it is 100 per member for 420 members, that is how much? That is 40 million, 42 million shillings. If we put the game higher on 200, 84 million. If we said we add 50,000, and this is honestly achievable. If everyone says, my salary, I'm
this year, by the next AGM, I should have done 250,000 shillings to Aapu, and it will be accounted for, and you'll see your dream come true. Of course, we have partners who are willing to support us. Laura is in every meeting asking for funds on behalf of Aapu. Dan told us about 15 million per acre. When we talked to the board members, about 8-10 people, they said we can offer 2 acres. The way we shall do it, I don't know. And we hoped, and we still hope, that from this meeting we can drive a resolution as members to see that our dream comes true. And these things are achievable, and a relative of us can be in those accidents, or even us. We are almost becoming patients. That night we went to Guru. And every time we train participants, I was with Priska and Faith. I've seen Faith. Dr. Faith, yes. I've also seen Kanyange. Is Kanyange around? No, she can't push. They always mention in training that they train with passion because they want to be, if you cross on the other side, if now commissioner, God forbid, is the patient, and he sees the same kumba near his head, should his heart be settled? Or he will say, I have fallen in the hands of what? Of an enemy, of knowledge and skill. So what we are building is not just for the association, but for us, for our community, for our country, and it is personal. People have had ambulance accidents. This year we have lost, I don't know how many ambulance drivers, with patients, with caregivers. And the sooner we do this, the better. Again, I am a person of visuals. I would like you to listen to this touching story. And from that, I hope we will call Dr. Andrew. Yeah? You remember that video? I put a word fundraising in my folder, Joseph. Thank you. Enjoy. This one, if you can help me reduce the light so that I put you in a real cinema. Thank you.
When I was growing up as a little child, I lost my mother. At the age of 5, I didn't have a mother. I knew my mother was expecting. And in the night, they found a way of how to take her to the hospital. I don't remember how, but in the morning, I was told they took her to a hospital. And I think it was for delivery. All of these, as I grew up, I came to know about this. It's so saddening that the following day, my mother, who had gone walking, came back in a backcloth, along with another baby. They were all dead. For me, picturing all through this as a child, I grew up thinking what might have happened for me to lose a mother and possibly my sibling at that time. Later on, I came to understand that my mother did not have means to go to the hospital. Possibly if there was a way my mother would be taken to the hospital, to a facility earlier, maybe she would have survived. There are so many stories of this kind, but we wouldn't want to add on statistics of what has happened. So growing up, this story has shaped who the person before you is. And to make sure that I add a stone or a block on building resilient EMS.
We developed the rescue chain for the emergency medical service system. And it consists out of different components. It starts with safety, it has the emergency call, the first aid, the ambulance service, and the emergency department. So all these are components of an EMS system, whereas those 4 components are defined as pre-hospital, and this is in-hospital. Now, in order to have an emergency medical service system which is strong and also gives us impact to the emergency patient, we need to develop all of those components at the same time and strengthen them equally. Because otherwise, a chain always breaks at its weakest parts.
So the statistics in Uganda are still looking dire. But the government and the Ministry of Health have recognized that it's preventable. And to that end, the ministry in 2017 opened the Department of Emergency Medical Services. The department went on, through the support of many partners, to develop an EMS policy. In that policy, we have 13 pillars. The pillars range from governance, human resource, infrastructure, and the like. And many partners are still joining the ministry because the work is still immense to chip away at these particular themes. And today, we are here at one of the biggest partners of Ministry of Health, and that's Aapu, the Association of Ambulance Professionals of Uganda.
The Association of Ambulance Professionals Uganda right now is the leader in developing and linkage, bringing together all the professionals of emergency medical services in Uganda. Of course, there are limitations right now in terms of operational costs. The space that we currently have is not enough for our vision. And therefore, we need a better, a larger, and a more conducive environment for the training, but also to produce the human resources for health for pre-hospital that Uganda requires.
One of the things that I've noticed that people who have been trained in either the ERC courses, the International Trauma Life Support, of which I'm a course director, or the Basic Emergency Care course, often have a structure that enables them to be able to immediately identify what's going to kill the patient and be able to intervene as soon as possible. I've trained healthcare providers from across different countries in Africa. I've trained healthcare providers from Namibia, from Ghana, from Kenya, East Africa, South Africa. And this is a testimony that they all have. Some of them have gone as far as to share that when they see patients before they got to do these courses, one of the things that they would do is they had no system, so sometimes they would run away. They would run away not because they don't want to help, but because they did not know how to do it. And therefore, I think there is a value to having everyone trained in these emergency care courses.
As we are well aware, there is a global burden when it comes to injuries like trauma, other medical emergencies, as well as cardiac arrest, and this burden is even more severe when it comes to low and middle income countries. So one of the things that can improve outcomes when it comes to these situations is having health providers fully equipped and trained to manage these conditions. Courses such as international trauma life support, advanced life support, and the pediatric advanced life support really help when it comes to equipping the health workers with these skills. If you look at the statistics in Africa, there's very few training centers available, and a lot of the time for health workers to be equipped with such skills, they have to travel long distances. Uganda is, however, lucky to have the Association of Ambulance Professionals that has a training center within that tries to address these gaps, and we hope that with the growth of the association, we can also have the regional gaps and needs when it comes to training addressed.
I am glad to inform that I am very excited about this program because it's a lifesaver. In Uganda currently, we lose about 19 to 22 babies every 1,000 births every year. That is a very huge loss because these babies cannot breathe on their own. As a result, they die because of birth asphyxia, a common condition known as a baby getting tired. And the most common cause is a baby failing to breathe at birth. If a baby fails to breathe at birth, who is there to help? It has to be the one receiving the baby, either the doctor or the midwife or a pediatrician. And guess what? These have to be well-trained personnel in terms of skill as well as have good equipment up to standard.
In this country, we are struggling to make sure we establish a responsive emergency care system. This is due to the need which has been shown by the number of deaths which we register due to emergency conditions. Out of the 10 top causes of mortality in the country, 7 of them are due to emergency conditions. And our target is to train an emergency care responsive team to help us reduce this mortality. The targeted numbers are training 5,000 paramedics, training 512 emergency medicine physicians, and training over 20 in-service healthcare providers in emergency. And this is the reason why we would like to establish an emergency care training college within Uganda.
As an EMT in Uganda, I know and I have experienced that it is hard to find a dedicated ambulance station in our country, even though the Ministry of Health is trying to do regional hubs. The Gulu Highway is still a killer of people when a crash or a collision happens. There are no ambulances dedicated to run quickly and be able to save those lives. We would love in this vision to build dedicated ambulance stations manned with professional EMTs. And this we are going to do through the trainings we offer.
Our vision is actually to expand this very training facility. We want an EMS training center. The EMS training center, now we would like to have a medical facility attached. The medical facility does two things. It offers a training ground for many of our trainees who come from different parts of the country. But it's also a stabilization center for the ambulance posts that we're going to have scattered along the Kampala-Gulu Highway. When people are picked from the field, those people are rushed to this stabilization center. It helps us to reduce the time that people take from the time of accident to the time of receiving care. Once people are stabilized at this center, they are then sent to the definitive centers that are nearby along that highway.
Training of personnel that work in the out-of-hospital space, or what we call EMS, is something that is very essential in the development of emergency care in Uganda and Africa as a whole. There have been some few countries that have dedicated programs that provide training for EMS personnel, such as South Africa or Egypt and Ghana. Though in the region, apparently we do not have many that are dedicated to training personnel in EMS. So the development or building of this ambulance college will be the first of its kind in the region, and I believe will serve the greater Uganda and the greater East Africa region quite widely. There's a lot of interest in the training, a lot of demand for people that work on EMS, and as well, there's a lot of employment opportunities for people that work in the EMS space. We believe by training and having a dedicated center, we will have top-notch personnel in EMS that will serve both the country as well as the region. So we're very excited about the ambulance college and are looking forward to the first of its kind ambulance college in Uganda.
I think it is the only right thing to do for Aapu to become independent and sustainable, because we do not know for how long Aapu can still rely on any kind of funds. So it's first of all the right time. Now the knowledge and the capacity Aapu has for a very long time. We can tell that story. We know it, we have seen it. So they are very much ready for their own building, for a training center.
In building up this huge, complex emergency medical center, we are pulling all hands on deck. We are pulling our friendships, our international relationships, partners, everyone who we can talk to, everyone who we can reach. We are calling upon, also internationally, to build up a comprehensive, state-of-the-art emergency medical center. And as we have heard, this is going to comprise of several parts, and all of this will enrich a rescue chain which supports the emergency medical services in Uganda. This will not only be a hub here, but this is going to be an East African center of excellence. So let us gather together, let us rally together, and let us build up a comprehensive EMS center to save lives for children, babies, mothers who are expecting. We have lost leaders on these roads. Let us come together and prevent all this and reduce the mortality rates to nothing.
I call upon each one of you in your different capacities to come and rejoin hands. We can make a better emergency medical services for Uganda, you and I.
Thank you very much. I hope you are inspired and you're ready to move on the very next step. I do not want to spoil the mood. At this juncture, allow me call our keynote speaker of today, a friend, father, and one of the founders of EMS in this country, none other than Dr. Andrew Sechitoleko.
Thank you very much, Joseph, for that introduction. Just to introduce a few people in the house that are family to me. Of course, most of you know that the commissioner is my classmate from Bara University. Most welcome, JB. I have a special son here in the house, Umar Senkubuge. He is an AMT in Texas, the US. Very passionate about pre-hospital. My other son is always all over the place, boasting that he's the only son I have. Faith, where are you? Riska, all of you guys, this has become part of my lifestyle for a long time. And what we've seen there is why. The English, that goes for you to the Irish, Eric, have this funny thing of having useless letters in words. So there's a word spelled Q-U-E, U-E, which you read as Q-U-E-U-E, read the word Q. So remove the last UE. The word is now QUE, read. Hey, remove the E and still read. Q. We remove the U. So why do we need all these other letters, you know? But I'm here to talk about the why. So the why is spelled W-H-Y. But you can also remove the first two letters and have why. When we listened to Tom there, we heard his why. Why is Tom in this? He has a background. He started somewhere. There is something that inspired him to take this journey somewhere in his life. I too have a why. So many of you might wonder why. Because I'm a family physician. I'm actually a geriatrician. I practice medicine for the elderly. But as part of my training, I trained in South Africa as family physician. And in there, it was mandatory for us to do it was called APLS, Advanced Pediatric Life Support, ATLS, Trauma Life Support, and ACLS. And I did a lot of that training. And I knew in Uganda there was nothing like that. That was 2007. There was nothing similar that I would ever come to practice those things here too. Because I trained in Barara and nothing was like that. Lo and behold, I returned to Uganda, and my parents live very near the Aapu Center in Zana, just like 3 minutes walk from where the Aapu Center is. I was walking along that road, and just I was visiting with my parents, and a group of border boys passed me excited. They were rushing, you know, border young men. And right there was an impact. There was another group of one single rider coming from the side, and the accident happened right in front of me. One boy hit his head on the tarmac. The other group quickly rushed off, and they tried to rush with their border, and the border skidded, and they all jumped onto the border and ran away. But the boy who had hit his head on the tarmac stayed there. Just across the road is a small clinic. So I picked up gloves quickly from the clinic. We rushed to this boy's rescue. My ATLS jumped into action. I stabilized his neck, was making sure he was breathing. I told the other people to hold the spine, you know, like hold him. I created a scene there, scene management, on the roadside. So, of course, transportation was a challenge right there, and we had to move this guy to the hospital. By then, you know, the villagers somehow gathered, and we put the boy in a special high premio, and we were asking which hospital to go to. By the way, I didn't know much about the hospitals in the area, so they took us to Lubaga Hospital. When we were taken to Lubaga Hospital, we landed there, and I told them, don't move out of the car. Let me go into the department, and I bring the right tools, you know, the stretcher, the boards, so that we move the guy into the department. I entered, and there was nobody there. There was no one. So I shouted within the emergency, and no one came. And then a young man came and opened the door and looked at me. He's like, what do you need, sir? And I said, I need some help. We have an accident patient. He's like, these people, but where are they? You know? So he wasn't even a worker in the emergency department. I started opening the cupboards in Lubaga, looking for things. And I could not find, because I knew we needed airway support at that moment, things I could do. Well, as you know, locals, they lifted the patient out of the car, and while I'm still in the cupboards, for them they came with their patient, one arm this way, the other leg that way. They brought the guy into the emergency department. To my dismay, he was dead. And right there, I realized how futile healthcare was in Uganda. The year was 2007 there, 2008. Well, I was like, when I came back to Uganda, I went and worked with IHK. And IHK had a good EMS system that was caring for those VIPs, the rich, and you know what I mean, the Bazungu. And I had a safe haven where I was. We were with Eric there, Tom, most of you were there. We did EMS properly, but for a very small group. And then in 2015, the call came. By then, the Archbishop Cyprian Kizito Lwanga summoned me as one of his sheep to go and run Lubaga Hospital. And I was like, I know Lubaga Hospital. I went there one night, and there was nothing there. What do you expect me to do for this hospital? So I went into the long and short is I accepted to go in. But my dream then was I need to fix the emergency medical services. And in that time, I wrote a small grant as the ED of Lubaga Hospital 2015 to try and improve the emergency department. I wrote that grant and took it to Malteser International, these guys. And Malteser International was like, they came and did a feasibility study. And they said, you can't fix AMS in a hospital. You have to think broader. So I wrote another proposal, and it was, let's do Lubaga division. They came back and they're like, you can't fix EMS in a division. You need a national strategy. They asked me, is there any plan on national level? And so I went to the ministry and they told me there was something called UNAS, Uganda National Ambulance Service. But that was what gave birth. In the next year, as we were trying to negotiate the proposal, because the donor was like, I can't put my money in this thing. The ministry gave birth to the EMS department, and the man chosen to lead the EMS department was none other than our own JB. I call it divine providence because him and I were first friends, colleagues, and then we struck a chord that could push this agenda further. So then the Malteser International was ready to fund Uganda's EMS plans. And that's how we start this whole journey. The why continues. But as I speak, I'll ask you, what is your why? Why are you here? Why are you a member of Aapu? Do you have a personal reason why you're here? Then I'll ask you, what is Aapu's why? Why is Aapu here? Then my third question, is your why aligned with our why? Do you hear me? Your why, is it aligned to the Aapu why? So as I speak, I want you to think through these comments. Are you aligned to what we are doing? Are you aligned to Aapu? So our theme is positioning pre-hospital care for the times. I forgot to recognize a brother in the room. Emma Worry, please stand up for recognition. This guy here is a Rotarian. He's a Rotarian that has given, today is his birthday, by the way, so he should be somewhere celebrating. But he chose to celebrate it with us because he has decided to align with our why. He has listened to these stories. We went with him to Germany in fundraising. When I told him I'm going to Germany to fundraise for Aapu and so on, he said, really? Yeah, that's a good cause. Can I come? He joined us, and since then, he paid his own money, by the way, to come with us, and since then, he has aligned his why to our why. Most welcome, Emma Worry. I wear many hats. So right now, I'm also the president of Rotary Club of Kampala Maisha, which is my predecessor as the past president. So, positioning pre-hospital care for the times. Positioning means pre-hospital care has a place. By the way, forgive me, as a child I was in a drama, MDD. And whenever they gave me a stage, I would always use it. So please, if I keep walking, don't be scared. I'm always used to, abaye, 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 abaye. So pre-hospital care has a position. It must stand in the economy. She shouted. She was on the floor. She slipped and fell and shouted. And no one, by the way, you can't shout. So she shouted. Do you get the idea? Because you're in pain. You're hoping someone that is competent will come to your aid. Think about it. Competent, because she fell, she's an adult, she's naked on the floor. Child, should the child come? Competent? No. So when you have an accident, those first 10 minutes of hope, who is going to show up here? That's what pre-hospital care is. And it makes the difference between life and death for many people. Uganda's healthcare system will remain incomplete without its pre-hospital and EMS components. It will never be complete. We can never talk of a healthcare ecosystem without EMS, without pre-hospital. So today we want to reflect how far we have come to reach here. We as Aapu, we as pre-hospital, and where we must go. Where have we come from? We've come from a system, and this is true for most African countries. We've come from a system where there's no policy, no legislation, nothing to guide you how to run an emergency medical service. So what happened here in Uganda? When an accident happened, if you knock somebody, what would you do when you knock someone? You're the driver, what do? You run to where? Maybe to the next police, and report and continue. Don't come back. Was that a law? What was that? When an accident happened, when the bystanders came, what did they do to the people that had been in an accident? Ambulances were called. You would call an ambulance and it comes to you, but it comes with a driver, right? And most a nurse, you're like, okay, nursing assistant. But many times, the administrator, because the ambulance was taking him the other side, and then, so you know, this level, we call it unprofessionalism. By the way, last week I took an Uber, and when I opened the Uber, my driver had another passenger in there. It was a child eating his breakfast, you know, and the child was going to school. So I said, hey, Nga, you have another client here. The guy said, sorry, don't mind this one. That's how ambulance services were run. By the way, sorry, Uber. It wasn't Uber, it was another app, but you get my point. Unprofessional. Uber is supposed to be professional. I don't expect that. Period. So you don't expect to find charcoal, bricks in the ambulance. Right? But that was where we were. The personnel were not trained. If you even got, many of us were picked. The first day I went on an ambulance, I was in HK Old Kampala. So there had been an accident in Entebbe of some people, and there were some delegates of the British High Commission. So I was put in an ambulance. I had never sat in an ambulance. Ibra was the driver. So some of you know Ibra from H. The guy drove. My heart was in front of the car throughout. The ambulance would stop on other cars, you know, and then I was also screaming. I was a patient inside the ambulance, but I was the doctor going on scene. But in those moments, I also was questioning what I was going to do. By the way, this was before my training in EMS. Or I didn't know what I was going to do on the scene. I was going, I know I'm a doctor, I know I will figure out what I'll do. But what was I going to do there? So inadequately trained personnel, poor road infrastructure, and long or no response times. The road infrastructure, terrible. No signposts, sharp corners, and the like. Limited public awareness to responding and to calling. When we put an emergency response number, how many people do you think call? Who has run an ambulance service now? People don't call the ambulance. Do you understand? People just don't call the ambulance. Urban-rural inequity. Urban-rural means you had ambulances in the center, like 90% of the ambulances were in Kampala. And then the other 10 for the rural. Poor coordination and communication system, no call and dispatch. I've just said it. Limited data, no funding. I need to take a pause here. I can read the room. It's warm. It is hot. It is stretched. Let us stretch. Let's get up. We are going to do a rhyming exercise. So some of you have problems with your tongues, you will struggle, but we are going to do a rhyming exercise. President Obama comes from a part in Kenya called Emma Worry. You're from there. Where does Obama come from in Kenya, the origin? Kogelo. So we are going to mimic Kogelo. We're going to say the old man from Kogelo is coming to town. Good. So the old man is Obama's judge. The old man from Kogelo is coming to town. Now, the old man who has a stick and a staff. But then we're going to say the wife. The wife is... So the wife of the old man from Kogelo is coming to town. Right. The baby, that is the baby. The baby of the wife of the old man from Kogelo is coming to town. Right. We're now going to the dog of the baby of the wife of the old man from Kogelo is coming to town. The dog of the baby of the wife of the old man from Kogelo is coming. Aha. Now, the bone of the dog of the baby of the wife of the old man from Kogelo is coming to town. Now you have the drill. Now we are going to go full speed. So you start with the old man from Kogelo, you go to the wife, the baby, the dog, the bone. And anybody who's messing up you, who's messing you on the side, he's talking of the bone, of the dog, of the baby, yeah? That one you tell him, And we have to keep the pace. So the old man from Kogelo is coming to town. Hello, do we have a competing opposition? We have to keep the speed, So you look at my pace. Right. Oh, do we increase the speed? The old man from Kogelo is coming to town. The old... Right. The wife of the old man from Kogelo is coming to town. Right. Of... Old man from Kogelo is coming to town. Right. Of the dog, of the baby. Now you are awake. Right. So we've given the spectrum of where we came from. We came from a system that was non-existent. Then we came to the point where we realized the gap. For many years, the police force served as the de facto emergency medical service with limited capacity, no clinical support, no structured training. Of course, police came in because of security. But we had road traffic injuries on the rise. Natural disasters just exposed system weaknesses. Preventable deaths were continuing. So in 2017, Aapu began from a simple but powerful realization that our country needed trained responders. Because before Aapu came, MPs started to create a new system called ambulance services with pictures on them. What did that mean to EMS? The founders of Aapu, if you're here, please stand up for recognition. Tom or Erica stepped out. 7 gentlemen, thank you very much. And thanks for dreaming this vision. So these people started Aapu, and then they created an international exposure journey. That's the time we crossed paths with Malteser International. And then others came on board, IGNF, Coffee, MOFO, Health for Uganda, GEC. Many partners came. And they built basic skills amongst these people. The partnerships expanded into hospitals, universities, private EMS providers, and community responders. So we championed public demonstrations and emergency drills. I encourage you to go and look at the big, I don't know how to call it, billboard or, pull-up banner that is down there. We've done demonstrations. Why? We had to tell the public that emergency medical services or emergencies when they happen have professionals that can respond to them. So we did drills in Kasese, in Kampala, yes. We did in Mbarara. So we've done these drills to call the public and the media to bring attention to EMS. By the way, why we did that, we were trying to push. By then we had drafted the policy. It had gone through all the corridors of power, as they say. But there was nothing happening. We had done our work, but the policy was sitting on some people's desks and not moving. So we started creating pressure by doing demonstrations of drills and so on. But we've come to define ourselves or our identity through crisis. From these 7 gentlemen, a team was formed, and that team has won many badges. They've won this green attire. They've won the Red Cross. They've won Malteser. They've won AGNF. When you see us, we wear many badges. But we formed this one team of many faces. That team has grown into a network of people. That team got its realization through disasters and accidents, because those are the moments that shaped our credibility. We had a natural disaster in Kasese where the mountain flooded with, and ambulances couldn't go up the mountains. We were trained in CPR. The CPR we first needed to do was to deliver babies, because during that time, babies were booming in that place. In a period of 3 months, we delivered 200 babies. We had to quickly adapt to many skills. These skills that you've heard Senkumba talk about, extrication. People had to be gotten out of difficult houses. People had to cross rivers, a running river. Now, the EMS became practical. I remember myself, we went with Joseph, and there was a man who had cassava. I don't know, the cassava, they have those leaves they carry. It's like cassava things. The man was carrying it across the river, a short guy like this. So Joseph and I went to rescue the man by carrying the weight off his head so that he could cross safely. So we took the weight off his head, but we were stuck with the weight. We couldn't carry it. The thing was heavy. We were 2 strong men stuck with, one man was carrying this big thing, and he was moving comfortably. For us 2 men who were struggling, because we had the river and the weight. So the terrain gave us new challenges. We had disease outbreaks happen there. We had a water shortage, no power, nothing. But in that disaster, we sat and formed. That's where that rescue chain was made. That very drawing that you see, called the rescue chain, was designed in Kasese. Because we made a number of mistakes, but kept learning from them. Our safety became an important part of what we're doing. Emergency wasn't 911, it was 0782 something, something, something. We had our numbers there. But the community learned to call us when we had emergencies. Our team also learned and adapted within that situation. And we learned how to do mountain climbing, river crossing, ambulance driving, nighttime. We created a full system with a call and dispatch, with a response team. The government joined us. We trained the system, created a full EMS system within Kasese. I believe that is an achievement much worth noting. In there, the community learned to consume. But as things are, what was the sustainability plan? Because when the cow was removed and taken to another place, we've never heard from Kasese. Is anybody checking with the Kasese? Is Kasese here? Who was involved in that? Were you involved in that time? You have a story to tell, and one day will tell us. How is Kasese right now? Are you having this system? It has gone down. So our struggle is sustainability, that these things don't stay. We've had landslides in eastern Uganda where our commissioner comes from. Our team again was called. Now it's the commissioner who said, Banange, come with me. Remember, we are not responders for disaster. Do you understand? But in the disaster, we must show up as the medical providers. So military was there, Red Cross was there, Medicine Sans Frontières was there, we were there. We've had mass casualty road traffic accidents. Some of them we are not allowed to speak freely about them. But we were called on those mass casualty incidents. And in one of those, our team responded for over 40 people in an accident, truck accident. We responded, and through one of the pictures that was on the video was Duncan in the back of an ambulance. But our team responded to take these people to Nkozi Hospital. No, to the hospitals around. And then our own team got an accident. Themselves, an ambulance, the ambulance you saw down the ditch. Okay? That ambulance had this guy here, Umar, who was in that ambulance, and there was another colleague of ours who eventually, the pictures you saw of the leg that was amputated, was one of us. So it became personal. That became our what? Our why. our why was now consolidated. That as we do this thing, it also affects us. We became, when the president looked around during COVID-19, he said he needed a response system that moved patients from homes into the hospitals. Guess what? They turned to this team. All of you here were called, and we created a pre-hospital emergency response for COVID-19. Beyond that, we've gone to build capacity. You've seen a lot about the trainings that are happening. We have many courses that we've done. We've partnered with the European Resuscitation Council. That's to create standards of training so that we are no longer just in the amateur league, we're going to the big players. So as Uganda, we've formed the Uganda National Resuscitation Council. And those pictures that you saw, I now chair the Uganda National Resuscitation Council. What does that mean? We want to harmonize across the country. No longer should Kasese have a system, when someone goes away, the system fails. By the way, we developed the same system in Luengo, okay? And again, Luengo, the system, once cow left, the system fails. We keep developing these systems and they fail. We need a system that standardizes and keeps them across. We've contributed to policy, the national EMS policy, okay? We've contributed to different documents and schemes of services that right now, the achievements have formed us to be a respected EMS provider, EMS advocate in the country as Aapu. What does the way forward look like for us? What does the future for EMS and pre-hospital look like? Number one, we must create universal access to emergency care. And that means in our regions, we must create an EMS system, because what we realized, what we did in Kasese cannot be applied in Kampala. And what you do in Barara cannot be put in Mbale. So we're going to create some regionalized EMS systems. We need pre-hospital EMS financing models. A number of us are focused. We've done a strategy that looks at how do we finance this thing? And we'll give some ideas. He didn't give them about the center. We need to create standardized fleets. When I see an ambulance, I should know what it is. Okay? We had a discussion with my son Umaru there over that. Class A, Class B, Class C. What does that mean? We need to expand pre-hospital skills. We need to be able to create telemedicine. A doctor or a nurse in an ambulance should be able to get support from a colleague, wherever they are, as part of telemedicine. We need to create a system of community responder networks. When we did a benchmark in Germany, we've realized that EMS cannot work with the first responder who's on site, because you don't know where the problem is going to happen and who might be there. We need to create a base of first responders, people who respond quickly, and that is teachers, accountants, policemen, anyone within the community that is nearest to the accident. Because as EMS or EMTs, by the time we get to the scene, we must get support from community responders. We must advocate for safer roads, safer systems. What do I mean? When that accident happened, we were in an EMS meeting in Germany with what we call the North Star. The North Star is the star that led the wise men to find Jesus. But the North Star in management is the general direction where an institution wants to go. As Aapu, we've gotten the presentation from Joseph that we want to establish a center of excellence. Duncan called it for East Africa. We have broadened it for Africa, because if Africa already just has 2 centers, the third center must still serve Africa. You know what I mean? So we are going to be an EMS center of excellence for Africa, where we shall have EMT education, research and innovation. This topic that I'm talking about of EMS development in Uganda, especially pre-hospital, is a PhD topic. And I'm encouraging, if some of you are looking for PhD topics, there are at least 10 topics in the EMS arena. We want to see research and innovation. We want to continue benchmarking and simulation. We need to find more digital solutions to our problems. We need to find revenue-generating programs. to go beyond donor dependency, as Joseph showed us. We want to talk about corporate partnerships. That road that we're going to Nakasongola, that road that is the Gulu Highway, takes most of our petroleum industry people. What have they done to support healthcare on that road? Insurance companies, a lot of telecom companies are using the same highway. They need to support and sponsor this. And even insurance, third-party insurance, all of these should become corporate social responsibility. We need to do big public awareness campaigns and prevention campaigns to the public. So here's my call to action as I conclude. We must move from volunteerism to structured professionalism. I must say that today I was announced as a new member of Aapu, which sounded funny, but I've been volunteering for Aapu for years. Now I want to become a professional of Aapu. So from volunteerism to professionalism. Our efforts must move from being scattered to coordinated. We must move from emergency response to emergency preparedness. The system must be ready, whether there is an emergency or not. We must grow away from imported knowledge to locally grown knowledge, Ugandan-owned knowledge. We must build an EMS system for our people so that they can enjoy a life that each one of us would love to enjoy. So, Aapu here is not just an association anymore. Aapu is a movement. It's a movement driving the whole ecosystem of EMS. The next generations of Ugandans must inherit a country where emergency patient chances of survival don't depend on luck. Together, we can build an EMS ecosystem that saves lives, protects dignity, and positions Uganda as a leader in healthcare in Africa. So I hope that this AGM is that turning point where we commit not just to talk, but to act. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Dr. Andrew. That seemed cold. Why don't we give him a thunderous one? Yes. That is, some people call it a key what? Keynote. Did you feel it? Commissioner, please remain seated a little. I think that was a keynote. And I was telling you the AGM is started. I don't know whether we are all in the mood now. The AGM is started. Before we invite the commissioner, we are going to have, because of the touching words from the keynote, we're also having the online group who are saying they also want to touch. So we're having a representative from the online. I think that should be Laura, who should be saying a few words to us before Commissioner comes. Thank you. JJ and team. And we could have the lights off so that it's better. Great. We can see you now. Can you hear us?
summarizing the lab, sanitation, using images of tables in multi-parents, reusing your own one. That's the last one I mentioned. Reusing your own one, which was previously marked or previously published. Then collaborating on what should be in the video one. Like you do. Yeah? Yeah.
Are we heard now? Can you hear us? It's not working.
Can hear you. Can you hear us? We can hear you well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Dear Aapu family, we are very happy to be here today as part of your AGM. And we have been following all your very wonderful presentations. Thank you for that and well done. And I think we don't have much to add because all important information, especially about the big dream of the EMS Center, have really been given. Maybe just one thing which I have really learned from Uganda: the sky is the limit. And I know that's a quote which is said very many times. And we in a team, I would think that we have lived this quote for many years. We have never given up. We stayed on our dreams, and we also knew and had the confidence that the dreams eventually will come true. And we have been all working together on that development of EMS for so many years now. And we see the achievements of exactly this every month. So I would like to assure you that we have been working very hard this side here in Germany with the team, with Joseph, Tom, Andrew, Faith, Simon, Emma. We have been having an international EMS Congress. We have had fundraising events. We have had exchange with the Rotary clubs. And even after the group has traveled back, there were more presentations with a different kind of Rotary clubs going on. Next week, we will get a first feedback from them and see if it's realistic. But okay, they have already given us the feedback that they find it realistic to build up an EMS center, but they will give us a clear feedback how much funding plan for from the side of Rotary. So I think this is some exciting. We also have talked about the global situation. I know that the auditor has talked about it, but also Joseph has mentioned it, which has changed and the priority have shifted. And that's, in my opinion, the reason why building up an EMS center at the moment is the only right thing to do, because we cannot rely on further funding for the next years, and we don't know how much more the times will actually shift. So we do strongly believe in this in stream and in the building of the EMS center, and we hope that we were also able to convince all of you who are seated in this big room there. Let's spread the word. Let's also try to convince others to be part of this group, and especially in those last weeks, especially on Gulu Highway. Do you want to add something?
No, awesome. Keep up the good work. We're glad to be a part. Greetings from Germany.
Greetings, and still enjoy the AGM. And thank you so much for the very good presentation today.
Thank you on behalf of the team. Thank you very much. Right. So as you can see, we are active on both sides, and it's so far going well. At this juncture, I think I will invite the commissioner to come and share with us his key message for us today.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. I feel so excited to be here this evening. The president of the Aapu, the secretary general, and all the executive members, our key supporters, especially AGNF, all of you, the members of Aapu, good afternoon. As already introduced, Dr. John Baptist Wanyana Mbohe, I'm the head of emergency medical services in Uganda, and I want to appreciate other introductory messages given to you by Dr. Andrew, that we sat in the same class. If I was on a political rally and I'm standing for MP and people are saying that JB did not go to school, I bring who? I bring Andrew, because at one moment when I was in they were doubting one of them, they say, but all these people, they are gathered here. Okay, show us your OB in primary, secondary, and university. The man looked, and there was no one. So we concluded that probably he went to school outside the country, but people could not locate. So sometimes it's very, very important. I want to thank you so much, Aapu. The story which Dr. Andrew has shared here is a journey which shows resiliency. Thank you so much for all of you who have put an effort to see Aapu to where it is. I want to say that alone we may not go far, but with a lot of support from partners, you find that we take a step here and there to reach where we are supposed to be. And I appreciate the partners who have been putting in a hand to make sure that EMS grows, Malteser International, AGNF, and all the other partners who have seen us through this journey, which Dr. Andrew has described very well. I just want to reflect on a few of those which have already been shared. As emergency medical services, we are now strategically positioned. The first days when we were struggling, people would ask me, but is this a priority to the Ministry of Health? And the first time when we got prioritized was in the National Development Plan 3. That is the one which has just ended 2025. But I want to report to you that also the National Development Plan 4, the Cabinet of Uganda, in its so many strategic directives, in Strategic Directive 75-7, it says Uganda will strengthen the National Ambulance Service, the emergency care system, and the referral system in Uganda. That is a document for Vision 2040, and it tells you that if there is any partner who would like to know whether this is of importance, just opens the NDP for strategic direction. In the PIAP also, in 31124, it is clear that EMS has strategic areas which government is going to fund to ensure that we achieve what we are expected to achieve. So all of you here can be able to make suggestions or write proposals with those quotations that in this country, EMS is one of the priorities. In the Ministerial Policy Statement 2024-25, 2025-26, the Minister of Health has presented emergency medical services as one of those key areas or key priorities which must be funded. And the advocacy has been ongoing. By 2021, we did not have a budget code, but in 2021, we were able, after approval of the policy, we were able to receive a budget code. Even if it was small, but now we existed in the system. And this has kept improving up to today. So we appreciate the government of Uganda for making that possible. We moved from about 400 million shillings in 2021 to now about, I think our budget's about 12 billion. With the ministry utilizing, I think, about 4-point-something billion, and we transfer about 7.5 billion to Uganda Red Cross for running the highway ambulance response and also disaster response. So sometimes, of course, you people may not be knowing, sometimes when Red Cross is responding, you don't know that that is government. I want you to appreciate that government uses different modes to make sure that there is a response to people. I want also to report to you that the coverage of the road ambulance system improved from what Dr. Andrew was presenting, where we were at almost no standard ambulance, to now a coverage of 64% across the country. This also includes the marine ambulance service. Marine ambulance service was unheard of, but we have it there. Thank you. Another issue I would like to report to you is that we are in advanced stages of having a short code. You saw Dr. Andrew was trying to say, but people are not calling. You know, even the number, the toll-free number, if they tell you, you have your so many degrees, you may fail to remember it. Because I myself, I always keep trying to remember, but I say I will say a wrong thing. So I keep it close in my phone. So I say, what happens to my people in the village who may not be able to check even in the phone? And during the time when you have an emergency, you are in panic, you may not even remember how you saved the toll-free number. So I am going to ask one of my lieutenants here, Denise, tell us the toll-free number of the Ministry of Health. You see? He says he doesn't know it. So now, that toll-free number, all the time we are expecting people to know it. It is 10 figures. 800, 1,000, like that. I'm going to check, then I read for you. You see that? So, with a man who has qualified with a bachelor's degree in medicine, a bachelor's surgery, a master's in health services management, a master's in public health, then postgraduates in monitoring, evaluation, and others. I cannot remember that 10 figure. but it's the one we are telling the population. So what have we decided to do now? We have decided that we need a short code which must be remembered. And we are in advanced stages of having the short code. We think that by December we should be able to launch it. And I want the President, you get interested, we want your contribution in this development. The PS chose me to head the project team, which is seeing to it that 912 is functional. So we are not announcing it now. We shall announce it when it is ready and we have filled all the gaps. So we are grateful also to government for deciding that we need to have a 912 short code. We visited the Uganda Communications Commission and the DC mobile network operators, MTN and the Airtel. Even I think last week, is it called Telecom, also wrote back saying that they are ready to participate. So anytime we are going to have it. And again, I want to appreciate your role in the training of first responders. I know there are so many partners who have trained first responders, but as Dr. Andrew said, first responders are very critical. We cannot be everywhere. By the time you reach, if you don't have a trained first responder, things have gone really bad. I want to also to tell you that the EMS system as it stands now, you might equate it more to like it is a maternal health response system. Because going through the statistics last week, I realized that over 60% of the ambulance transfers are obstetric emergencies. You get? That means that we are forgetting the other part. But that is also a positive in the sense that because of this role, we have played a role in reducing the second delay. And that is why when we say maternal mortality has reduced, then you have made a contribution from 336 to 189 by the Uganda Demographic Health Survey, and to 170 by, I think, the global survey. I'll check what global index is that. They say we are now at 170 per 100,000 maternal deaths. So thank you for that contribution, and it is an emphasis that when we play our role, then things can improve. The other part, still Dr. Andrew talked about it, epidemic disease response. When we did not exist, disease outbreaks used to take very long. Again, I don't know who is an infectious disease specialist. I just wanted to ask something. Who is ready for my question? If we have one, you are ready. If we have a positive Ebola case in the community, how many people does that case infect if we do not respond? No, we have left the fella there. We have left, we have not gone, because usually within a short time they die. But we have not gone there. The fella has continued, but with the Ebola, of course, they will not also live a long time. So epidemiologists have done estimates about community transmission. And one Ebola case, which is positive, left in the community, infects 8 to 12 other cases. Are you getting it? And if you say it has infected 8, and the 8 are still in the community, what happens? The multiplier effect. So now, the existence of EMS, which all of you played a role during this epidemic response, going to evacuate the suspects and the positives. For the first time in the history of Uganda, we were able to control the epidemic in 69 days. You see your contribution. I tell you this so that you can know the critical role you have played and which you must continue to play if we are going to be of use to this country. Again here, I say, Aapu, and many of you testified when Joseph was, I think it was a video, but you know Joseph was speaking most, so let me call it as his presentation. But the training which you had at the Seventh-day Adventist in Ushenyi, the testimony from the trained staff indicates the need. The need out there is big. We need to train people. And I want to appeal to the funders to continue supporting Aapu so that we can train as many people out there are yearning for knowledge. And we need to pass on this knowledge so that we can save people. Of course, when again Dr. Andrew was saying, why? I started reflecting back, and that why is a big thing to everyone. And I say, let's all keep asking that why question, and it will answer and make you more useful. I also want to appreciate some of we managed to get scholarships, and that's why we have these big emergency physicians. I saw you were mentioning we were having many emergency physicians in the house. The emergency physicians who are around, please you stand up and we see you. We don't have any. It seems, yes. Hey, good. Thank you so much. Why did we focus on emergency medicine physicians? Is that they are the backbone of this system. We would like them to push, and Dr. Priska, of course, welcome back. We have not met, but welcome back. I met your mentor, I think, is it yesterday or the other day? It was around past my office, and I was thanking him for having left a competent Ugandan emergency physician to create other emergency physicians. Dr. Derek was around a little bit. I think he has gone back, or any time this will be going back. But we want to appreciate that during the time when we started training in emergency medicine, we got the scholarships, and they helped us to push. And we have continued with that, also Seed Global giving us additional scholarships, and now we have got other scholarships for the diploma holders, the paramedics. And I want to appreciate the teams that have contributed to this, including Global Emergency Care. When we have the paramedics in saturation, then we shall have the response which is required. Government also developed that staffing structure. I hope all of you have been able to look at it. There are gaps in there. Now our job is to advocate, and money is put to recruit, which we are struggling to do. You remember, some of you who follow, some hospitals advertised some positions at the beginning, Ginger and Guru. They never got an emergency physician. And after that, they were annoyed with me because I pushed for it. The chairman of the Health Service Commission told them, no, when you make your submissions, you must include. Now, those which included, unfortunately, they did not attract. But recently, we have Mulago complete. I think there are 3 emergency physicians. We have Yumbe. I think those could be the only ones. We are trying to talk to the director of Mbarara. I think, Priska, now that you are back, please continue the discussion with that director. I've talked to him, but he promises me, but when I don't see it, I think that we are just talking. He's also our classmate, you know. Deus. So, as I talk, you also add. Dr. Andrew was our president. When we meet, he still remains our president of that class. And so, no term limits. No term limits. You know, in Uganda, we don't want that kind of thing. Now, I want also to emphasize that when we train people, I don't know how you are going to trick it. Where's Joseph? Joseph is he? Where? Okay. I would like us to have these courses additively making up to a minimum of 6 months. Because when I was consulting with the Health Service Commission, they recognize trainings in that space which have lasted a minimum of 6 months. So what I requested them was that can we, if we train people in, say, ITLS, we train ALS, we train in PALS, we do what? If this is all back and so on, or if this is 6 months, is that acceptable? They say it's okay. So I would like the designers, I think Dr. Priska there, and all of you who are involved in designing these courses, to think of how we can make this useful, because we want to train people, but we want also people, after getting this training, to, as individuals, to benefit from that training. Now, last week I was in a course covering road safety, and you have already talked about the safe systems approach. In road safety, we are now considering not just individuals, we are considering building that system, which really a system which can make people safe. Because in Uganda, when you get an accident, it is you who is in the wrong. Or the person who was crossing the road, he crossed at a wrong crossing. Or a child who is going to school. Oh, these children also, they just keep crossing without looking left and right. No. A safe system emphasizes that if that child is supposed to cross the road, the child should be safe. You who is driving, when you reach the cross area for the children, you saw how Ugandans resisted the EPS. You get the express permit ticketing system. It defines that if you are in a school zone, in a hospital zone, drive at what? 30 kilometers. But they don't want that. And that makes the system unsafe to that patient, to that child who is crossing the road. So we need to change that. And Dr. Andrew, we need to interrogate our data. Again, the road traffic injuries from the statistics of Ministry of Health, about 20 people are injured per day, not 10. The 10 is the statistics from police. So we need to factor this, and even these statistics from health misses some pre-hospital statistics. You get? So the situation may be worse, because you see, in that one day when we had the cases on the Guru Highway, the 46 deaths, let me correct all of you, the people who died, the final report was 46 deaths, and the injured were 58. So together there were 117 people who were affected that day. Now, Uganda, we have been talking about high fertility rate, but speaking about 4,000. But if you read our annual health performance reports, we lose about 10,000 to road traffic injuries annually. And that approximates to about 20 people. So we need this to be very clear so that we can have the right planning, the right response. I want to appreciate that we have been able to train people in ITLS, which we need to expand across the country. Another comment I want to make is the call and dispatch system. The call and dispatch system will utilize the 912. We have been able to, I think it's in 90, the one in Barara, 98% complete. Dr. Priska, you need to check that facility and you update, but the information I got yesterday is around 98% complete. The one in Irira is 100% complete. Then the one in Mbale is 85%. The one in Arua is 89%. Then, of course, those which we modified. You remember when we were starting, Naguru, here I said functional, but you know what it is. Masaka, we also worked within the existing. We are also setting up in Mulago, Yumbe, and Jinja, but using the existing space. What we still have as a challenge is staffing these facilities. They are getting completed, and it's one of the issues which the PS would like to be handled. We have also, in another project, we are going to equip about 52 health facilities on the highway with emergency medical equipment. But I would like the emergency physicians, when they put out these calls for recruitment, please apply so that you go and help us to set up the system, set up those emergency wards, set up the triage system in those places, and the response, improve the response time in those units. The plan by Aapu to set up the ambulance college is greatly supported by Ministry of Health. Joseph was saying that I might be conflicted, but I'm not conflicted. It's just the right thing to do. It is anybody who is thinking for this country should think about emergency response. That is where we can be able to push. And Andrew, again, what we have not done when we is building up a good performance management system. And Tom Jones, you will remember when we visited in Germany, that system, we planned that system we should be able to develop it here to help us. As we are developing the 912 call and dispatch system, let us see that we implant in it the monitoring system which we were exposed to in that place. My other call to you is, we have been asked by Cabinet to do an ambulance vehicle sensors, because some ambulances are written as ambulances, but they are not ambulances. That's what our leaders have observed, and so they want us to go through that. So I would like members of Aapu, I would like you to think through. The other instruction or directive I've got is the one of developing ambulance service regulations anchored on the Road Traffic and Road Safety Act and also the Public Health Act of Uganda. So we need to work together to see, because the regulations will help us to bite. You remember the things which we were saying that if we are going to assess an ambulance and we say this is an ambulance, then this one we say it's not an ambulance. We can only do that if we put it in the regulation. So get interested so that we can work together to ensure that we serve this country effectively. If emergency services in this country, if we can improve them both in government and private sector, the patient satisfaction will be very, very high. We have been having debates, of course, private sector, as Andrew was sharing, the best private sector cares for a very small number of people. Sometimes even myself, when I sit, I say, if they took me in a private hospital, and after a few days, because most of them you pay between, I think, 3 million to 5 million per day. I started asking myself this question a few days ago. Recently, may his soul rest in peace. Recently, we lost one of our assistant commissioners who has just retired, Dr. Kadoa. But he spent, I think, like 4 or 6 days in TMR hospital. But after paying some money, still they had a bill of about 27 million. And it was very difficult for them to move him when he required to be in Mulago for dialysis, because they required the clearance. Then we saw messages flying right and left. Then they were able to move him. But you can imagine. Then yesterday, I think I received another message still on our top management thing. I think another patient, I think, died in one of the hospitals, a child, but they required, I think, about 30 million, and the child had spent something like 4 days in that facility. Now, you say, is this affordable for an? Because you see, I'm an average Ugandan, but now when you're going into the averages, then you'll put me among the top. Now if I'm among there and I can't afford, then who is? So it means that we are serving about less than 1% of those people who are able to pay. So we need to work out a mechanism where we can serve majority of the people. Because you see, as you already shared, before Phil retired, died, that song, he says, today is it, tomorrow you get. So that song becomes even real in emergencies. Because you don't know when you are next. They were giving you the example of Umar here. Because he surprised us, because he went to care, but instead he was the patient. Do you think that when he left home, he ever thought that it is him whom they are going to bring? No. So today is me, tomorrow is someone else. Thank you so much. Let's work towards improving the emergency care system in the country. Let us support Aapu and let us ensure that it delivers to these dreams which they have given us today. The Ministry of Health, top management stands with you, and they will always support us. Thank you so much.
And I'll request Commissioner to remain seated up. Take a seat of your choice. And then I will invite Tom, also invite Dr. Andrew. Our board members are present. Right. I hope I can be seen well from here. The view here is very, very beautiful, but limited space. So these are the only ones who can be invited. And where I've brought them up here is one, that there will be an opportunity. If you have any questions, they will be able to take up those questions. Eric, would you want to take that seat? Because we'll need you to have a photo at some point. Right. Okay, I want to share with us what's remaining on our agenda. We have about 3 activities. And the first one will be that we'll have an appointment of our next, for 2026, external auditor. We need to determine that here. Take a very short time. Then we'll have some resolutions we must make together. And I also hope that will take a short time. And then we'll have, if there are any clarifications or questions you want to ask them, I'll give about 3-4 minutes. If not, you could have them written. And then after that, we shall have photo moments, and then we'll have our meal down and we'll get closed. So Tom, as this happens, have your closing remarks in the process. Right. So in the interest of time, I want to present to you that we were suggesting and were presenting to a proposal that we appoint CPA Edward Sendwala as our external auditors for the year 2026. And we ask you if there's anybody who would propose this, and then those to second. Or an objection if there's a matter of, this is public and membership association. So do we have anybody to second and propose? Right.
Having done a very good work for us and giving us unaudited records, I propose we adopt it. Tenti Edward who? What is his name? CPA Edward Sendwala. Now, in Thailand, if you don't add CPA, they can take you to court.
Yeah, thank you. I second the name which has presented to us. I'm called Nayenga Uthman.
Right, so I think we are pretty done with that, and thank you very much. And I want now to present to you our second aspect that we wanted for your either confirmation or seconding. One is that from his report, Edward, why don't you sit there? You look better there. Yes, because we will want a photo from you as well. Yes, you prefer there. Right. We would want to suggest, through you, the members, that based on the figures that were presented, we review our subscription fees. And then also maybe adopt a cumulative approach, because we are harvesting as members, and our obligations needed to be whether you joined 2018 and you've not paid, this is 2025, right? You'd have an obligation, and would do that backwards and see if you agree. So there are two in one. One is that we increase minimally as members, and the other one would be that we adopt a cumulative approach.
Thank you very much. Maurice Ahebo is my name. When we look at the statistics, we've dropped from 50 M to 11 M, yeah, in just 1 year, right? And yet we have about 400 plus members, yeah, with only 20, if I can quote the figure, they say 26, yeah, who are paid up members. So increasing the subscription will further hinder it, yeah? But if we can be able to motivate people, the non-subscribed or non-paid up members, to actually boost up, because 400 is quite a huge number. It's a good number with the current subscription. So if we can motivate the members themselves or take that approach to make sure that they pay up, that would be still a good to go. Yep, that's what I would suggest. Contrary to increasing the subscription where members are already not paying up. Thank you.
Is a hand up there? I will just actually 2 hands. Let's see what they say.
Thank you so much. My name is Joy Bira. I'm from Kasese District. I'm also adding on what my colleague is from saying. I would actually talk to we the members. If it could start with us, encourage other people, non-members, to enter the system, and we keep on subscribing. It would be of an advantage rather than increasing the money, whereby only, he said 46, 26. So instead of adding, I see to not bring in some sense. We should be on that amount, and we call in other members to join the association. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you so much. I am Okelo. What I am proposing is that we maintain the current amount, and then secondly, if possible, we get marketing bodies that can market us either to the universities, the nursing schools, or medical schools, because that is where we get most of our people, including the hospitals in Uganda. I'm sure our number is going to increase, and we should also look for a way, other projects that can bring money to us, just apart from what we are currently doing. Thank you.
Right, so I think there's one hand there, but as I walk there, I think it is becoming clear that we should maintain, but probably take on a cumulative approach. Is that what we're saying? Okay, so let's get this last one, and then we move to the next.
Thank you, sir. I'm called Joe Christopher from Gulu District. I think we should just maintain the figure of 50,000. But however, I noticed like a gap we are having amongst the board. I think they need to establish a quality assurance team. And one of the things they should be doing is like reminding us before the end of every year. We don't know which year starts when you have subscribed and which year ends at it. At least they remind people 2 months before, and also 2 months to the closure, so that when you are coming for AGM, you have already managed to pay your daily subscription, to make sure you're updated. Then the other thing also, they should help to create also a feedback in such a way. I'm sure we have members who could be dissatisfied with the services and those who are also satisfied. I think it will help also the association to improve, because someone will be able to rate the services through a survey which has been created. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are clear with that. We will all have anonymously agreed. We maintain, take it on a cumulative, and we'll give everybody their subscription statements, right? I would want to close, but maybe I close with that as the last one.
Thank you. Aloysius Biamkama is my name. To me, the challenge that maybe I'm seeing, and I think we should also look on, is the way we are remitting our subscription fees. I would suggest that maybe, according to how I'm seeing, maybe getting 50,000 at once is becoming a challenge. Maybe since it is annually, we would develop a way that someone has like a file, how they can pay bit by bit, so that by the time the AGM reaches, if someone who is getting challenged to pay maybe will have completed. Because maybe someone is seeing that getting 50,000 at once is becoming a challenge. Thank you. I submit.
Thank you very much. I will go to the next bit where we need to have a resolution. I think we are clear on some of those. Most of what we're discussing is for UN. UN, you must say something. Okay.
Thank you very much. Probably I want to a bit differ. This topic could have been given at least more minutes, because this is the only thing where the members feel touched. If we could get their insight, somewhere, somehow, we would have the solutions to this. So I want to propose, if we can allow, if probably we say quorum, like 4-5, probably people will be satisfied that, okay, the issue of membership is being touched. Because I have a lot of small voices, maybe it would help us, these small voices, to be projected on to the forum.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Probably we give it a...
It's a proposal.
It's a proposal. But at least what we seem to be clear is that we're not increasing. Have you heard anybody increasing? No. So the proposal is to clarify on how to collect it.
They have everything.
Okay,
Yes.
let's get it on about 2-3 more hands and see.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Beatrice from Koboko. I just want to share my experience of the subscription failure. It is not that I didn't have money to pay. I am a busy person. I'm a midwife. I run all over. I have a lot of... I'm just occupied all the time. And even I don't have time to eat food. See that? And I'm running up and down. I'm crashing my phone. Yeah, I'm losing my phone. And sometimes I have to just leave the smartphone and jump the button phone. I'm not there on WhatsApp. Other times, even I bought this phone, it is 1 month, I even have not put it up because I'm just hectically busy. So sometimes, you don't expect everybody to be in the plane. Just lower yourself down to the pedestrian. If I'm down there, get to me. You reach me and I'll give you the money. That was my challenge. Thank you.
I hope that is well heard.
Thank you.
Yes.
My name is Kokoli Musoya Awali. Me, I would suggest that if you can do like people of driving permits, when your permit is due in December, they start giving you a message. Your permit will be expired in December 1st. So it can remind me, and I say, oh, I need to subscribe my membership. Thank you.
Okay, so that's
Thank you.
We need reminders. I think reminders have come up strong.
Thank you so much. My name is Sylvia Mystica from Barra. I'm suggesting maybe we make other dynamics of motivation of this, because everyone subscribing yearly, maybe that person could have benefited on one training or one AGM in 5 years. So someone would say, why should I continue giving my 50K every year? So I'm thinking maybe in the planning strategy, we can always have regional reunions. Come visit the regions, invite members, maybe members can support, so that we have maybe a goat roasting or a buffet, something. In that recess, people will be happy, because the things of looking for money is like making politics. You have to dance for people and they be happy so that they give you money.
Okay.
Thank you.
That is an accountability query.
Thank you very much. For me, my submission would be, I'm a person who doesn't like that you be motivated, then that's when you would act. Because this already you are a member of an association, and which most of us will willingly subscribe to be members. So what I would suggest may be different from my colleagues. It would be that when opportunities comes, we first look at those who have been very active in subscription. Then when we come for annual general meeting like this one, we say members have benefited in trainings as they have been sponsored, basing on what they have also been doing for the association. And at the same second, then I would say the reminders. One member, I remember he said, when the year is beginning, at least we be reminded like for 2 months, and even when the year is ending, again we are reminded before the annual general meeting. That's where, because if we say let us first, because we are now 420, so meaning if we work by being motivated, it may not be possible for us to be trained in the year. So that's my submission. I'm
right.
Innocent from Fort Porto.
All right, we hear you. I see two hands there, and I think, no, three. After those, we can have this to an end. Mr. President, are you writing those down?
Yes, I'm called Aapu Stella. I just have a suggestion to other members. Since it's our country, and just imagine funding country drops us down, then that means we shall entirely go down. So I'm just suggesting if we could like open up accounts to each member, maybe like you say every month you put this amount of money, because even if it's just maybe 10,000 per month, if you collect after a period of a year, you will get like you have actually collected this money. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I think that one clarifies the cumulative and will give you.
Good afternoon. Me, I'm Janet Getrudatai, the mobilizer of Eastern Region. Actually, personally, I've been on ground trying to mobilize for this money, but a few challenges you find, like when you get to the bottom, you recruit many members, but at the end of the day, the person is not motivated. Motivation is not maybe in terms of money or cash or what, but you find that you recruit many members, they are green, they don't know anything in EMS. So I think the last time this team was in Eastern Region was about 3 years ago, which is bringing a very big challenge to the region. So maybe as we are thinking of recruiting these members, let's also think of training them, putting them on board. It will really bring us back. Because you're calling someone, please give us money for annual subscription. The person is like, what am I benefiting? How am I gaining from it? You get? So I think basically let's think of how to train these people. It doesn't really mean that maybe Umaru or TK has to come to the region. but let's empower ourselves to train other people that we are what? Recruiting. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Ntagubia Charles, student at Luvaga. So, according to all I've heard, I would like to emphasize the point of maybe redirecting the funds. The CPA spoke about it. Because the money is there, we join when we want, and we also love what we are doing. We love whatever we are engaging ourselves into, but the way how they're speaking about motivation, I wouldn't feel like I want to give out the other 50K if at all I'm not seeing how I'm being helped. As Ugandans, most of us like things which are moving, things which are being put into motion. Like if at all I'm seeing something is moving, there is good communication, I'm going to receive, like if at all I pay my money, how it's being used. That kind of communication, I think you're getting me. Yes, I would also be motivated to give more. The money, I would even to be given surplus, or I would like to give surplus. That would be my view. So I think the emphasis will be on the way how they're redirecting the funds or directing the money into the system for us to gain more money. Thank you very much.
All right, so we'll close that at that, but I will ask the CPA.
Thank you so much. Members, there's something I wanted to draw your attention to so that you don't forget. The presentation of Doctor, I forget the name when the doctor who made us sang, the old man from Kogelo. Dr. Andrew made a statement that I thought members would pick. The two whys. The association has a why, and each member has a why. If you do not reconcile the two whys, you move divergent directions. Because I've had an opportunity to audit different associations. Some of them the members are mandated by law to be members. It becomes easy to collect such contributions. But where the membership is voluntary, the first thing that has to be done is to reconcile the why of the association with the why of the individual members. If you don't do that, you'll have scenarios where members, only 20 members pay. And I like when he said open up the floor a little bit more, because members sometimes have silent voices and complaints because their why is not meeting your why. And because of that gap, you're left with depending on donors who fit into the why of the association, because the AGNF, the Maltesers, they fit into your why. But your voluntary membership do not. How do you motivate them? Because those ideas are coming up silently. Then through your strategic discussions, ask yourself, why is a student enrolling for membership? How do I help out? The other one is mentioning about a goat roasting or whatever. Then that is also pointing a why. There's a reason why they want to associate, and they're not seeing it come through. Thank you.
Thank you. You could. All right, so we'll go to the next. I think we can close that at that. The next was to come to you and let you know that we've looked at 3 documents that needed review, and we needed your permission to review them. One was the Constitution. The other is our structure or organogram, and then we had a safety and security guideline. So before we do anything to these documents, a major reason for their review is to make them more applicable to the current times, and also in the interest of making sure that we don't have legal gaps within them. So it is to ask, do you free the board to go ahead and review the documents and then report to you on the reviews? Yes. Anyone who can propose?
Thank you so much. By the person who has tried to read these documents, I propose we adopt the reviews for these documents. Thank you.
Thank you. And who, anybody to second? Anyone who wants to second?
My name is Semakula Ali. I second the review of the documents.
Right, thank you. And the last bit is regarding the deferring of the elections. We were meant to have elections of our governance or leadership 2025, and due to limited time to give announcements and allow preparations, we as the board were requesting that we defer this to next year, and to let you know that next year is an election year, and we'll give you the full guidelines of how this is going to happen. Because in absence of that, it simply means that you allow the current governance body to be active as your leaders till next year.
Thank you so much. Once again, my name is Semakula Ali. I propose the team which has been on to continue, basing on even the discussion of membership. You know, when we have elections, people tend to even pay. So let's push it to next year. I believe in our membership subscription will increase because people will be expecting to get the positions. Thank you.
So that becomes a motivation, okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm Akita Samuel from Eastern Region. I was raising my hand when people were proposing about the subscription, but about this one, I'm deferring a bit.
Okay.
Because when you follow our subscriptions, it is as a result of leadership. There is a gap in leadership. Because if my leader is not active, how do you expect me to subscribe? No information from top to bottom. You find like we are talking about fundraising. Me, myself, I have taken time to chat with the top leadership on how to one time we organized activity in Eastern Region. We contributed by ourselves. We asked the headquarters to send for us at least one leader to witness. We let down. So how do you expect me to have that morale to subscribe when even I've put my resources? So the aspect of pushing the election might be too crucial. And our subscriptions, I bet you, it will drop. Unless if the current leadership wakes up and pulls their socks up. Thank you.
Right. So is presenting a cause of dissatisfaction in terms of information flow and support, right? Yeah, but what is also important for us, as I think we need to do more as is presenting, is that even to get to leadership, you cannot become a leader when you've not subscribed. So we have a very big gap. So we need to talk about subscription and some of your obligations, because if you're going to vie for leadership, is what he said, that he's seeing it as a strategy to increase what? Subscription, but it is not a sustainable one because you don't elect every year. So I think we need to address that, as his message is critical on that. So we will also capture that and try to address the gaps in communication and support. So, there's a hand there. Okay, let him complete.
Also about the documents review, like from the time I joined the association, I have never seen the constitution. So I don't know if they are reviewing this document, how, like for us members, we need to read it. Then later we know what are they reviewing it. So I think there is a need for every member to have a copy of the constitution.
That is the information flow you talked about. That has to be addressed, okay?
Thank you very much. Maurice Ahewa once again is my name. Currently, I'm a new member who has just come on board.
Most welcome.
And I believe, according to the names that were read, we are quite a number. So for now, we don't know exactly what are those reasons as to why we are deferring the elections for another given time. Yes? And then, if it is so that we're supposed to have these elections, this AGM, right? I see by the schedule itself, the itinerary was up to 1:20 or 1 p.m. For me, that's more like a crash program for the AGM, having quite a number of people here. And yet, and then again, as he mentioned, the Constitution, right? So if members here don't have access to the Constitution, that's also another challenge. I know that's the communication flow we're talking about. The other thing I wanted to mention is that with the low numbers subscribing annually, obviously having a number of 26 people who are paid up, and I believe these are the members who are supposed to have a voting right. So that creates some kind of a loophole. I don't know what was the essence for the crash program. Maybe could give us more details onto that.
Right. So
thank you.
The number, but I don't know whether we answer him first or we pick the other ones. But one of the things is what you mentioned.
Should we
Crash
pick?
program activities, which he talked about interests, and you find that you have low time to give notice to people. The other one is the low subscriptions. How many are you going to effectively represent if there are only 26? So we thought the best meeting would be this, to let us come and agree and say, please, not if you are interested in any leadership role, one, you need to be a fully paid up member. So we need more members who have paid up to be able to participate in the elections. And elections are broad, starting from the regional levels to the whole top. So that's the reason for time. But some of the provisions are not well catered for in the Constitution. So unfortunately, not everybody has got a chance to read the Constitution, and that's why we want to make it so clear that these do not happen.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Jeronath, again from Shirhura. I'm suggesting that after discussing the gaps in this very AGM, let's give this running cabinet this period of time up to the next AGM. Then from there, we shall come very prepared. My fellow members, invite more members, those that have not come, to come, and we attend in big numbers, and all these mistakes that have been happening shall be corrected.
So you
Thank
second,
you.
in other words?
I second that
Your
will.
name?
Tomas Jeronas from Chirhura.
Okay, that's noted.
Once again, I'm called Chiza Innocent from Fort Portal. I also second deferring elections because, as we have already seen, if we look at ourselves, I understand when we are having elections, there is a quorum we need to have. And even as we have already been told, we have regional representatives, we have NEC. I don't think we are electing regional representative from here. Maybe we need to begin from our regions, and which we have already not done. And at the same time, when we are electing our NEC, our president, do we all vote, or we send like representatives, which we need to be oriented on that, to know even we may be here saying we need to vote, but when I'm not a member to even to vote. So
we take as record that you also second that we defer from a technical perspective. I think you give to him.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, the emergency responders are now in emergency crisis. To the extent that we are deliberating whether we should defer the elections and the like. Sincerely, 50,000 is very little money. But why have we failed to pay this little money? There are several reasons as they are coming up. Somebody is saying, I have never even seen the Constitution, but I'm a member. I've never seen this. So I would propose that given that we are in this crisis, which of course will somehow again abrogate, they say abrogating the Constitution. There is a what terminology they use. The auditor can guide us, and he has already mentioned the non-compliance somewhere. If there is any form of extension, it can be done for today, but again with some conditions. One, somebody talked about motivation in order to pay. There is a certain thinker somewhere, he wrote and said, the way you motivate the military people, get bottle tops, shape them, put them on their shoulders or on their chest. They become happy that I have a rank, I have this. So if we have anyone who has been consistent in paying all the years, he should get that bottle top in a design of recognition for his compliance, and he puts it on the chest. So in the next general meeting, maybe the accountant should bring the list of all of those who have paid their subscriptions and be given those bottle tops to motivate them. Secondly, for reviewing these policies, it's tricky. I would propose that given technology, given that we are all on groups, we set up like working groups. We commit more time so that we review these documents. Every member here can be looped in the discussions, and they get to know the reasons as to why there is a review. Because someone has already put it clear, I cannot recommend a review on something I'm not aware of. The first person to propose said, I have got an opportunity and I read these documents. They need a review, but he didn't cite out some of the areas which needs review. So I would say that a way forward, we give ourselves like key action points. We shall have like Zoom meetings to go through these documents. The people give in their opinions, and eventually the executive, the central executive, put the ideas together. Otherwise, if we don't make that, we may not own it. We may say it's their document. Could be at that point the wise will meet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wow. How many hands are up? Those are 4. And after that, we close, our food is cooling. I saw 4 hands up. We'll take the questions, and then there are 5. Please try to be quick and precise with your comments.
Good afternoon, members.
Good afternoon.
Me, I'm Bijiru Augustus from Barara. I'm a driver. What I'm seeing, I think there is a challenge which we need to address openly. One, we are pushing that. Hello? We are trying to address the issue of leadership, of which I'm seeing we don't have where are we getting those people to be voted in? One, if you are saying that the registered members who managed to complete the subscription are only 26, and we are here, you're telling us we are almost 400. I don't know where you are getting that number. Then 2, it's like this project is was based on donations, and I think you want just to bring it to us. Because right now I'm seeing the finance officer was just bringing the accountability. There was some and everything, he stated it very clearly. And now, if those people who paid are only 36, and you, the leadership, who are in leadership, you are telling us that you're only 26 who have paid, and we are here dressed smartly in a AGM meeting, and we are not supposed to be here. So, there must be some checks and balance. You must check those areas, those gaps. Because even if we spend the whole day here discussing about this, because it's like now we are suggesting, remember, we should be having a constitution. What is the constitution talking about this? I think it should be the one guiding us. Because right now, if we are like as if we are debating on how much we are to pay, or when should we vote here, when should we vote for the leadership, don't we have those guidelines? So, if it is a constitution to be put in place, put it in place. If the leadership which is there, just you work ahead of us, because you are the one to guide us now. Because right now, me, I would kindly suggest like this. I just come out by saying, if it is to pay, let the first point be paying. Then you be clear that you are a member. Then after paying, when you say, you tell us that we are only to 40 members who are supposed to be planning for this group. Because someone can now mislead us because he's not a member. He can bring an idea which can just take us astray. So I would kindly suggest, let us pay. Even me, I have not yet paid, but I'm in a meeting. What am I doing here? So we need to be open and clear. So let me pay, I be a member, I plan. But we are just wasting time, I'm sorry to say so.
Right, so that is what public administration has to consider. Even if he has a voice that cannot allow him to vote, we take that seriously. We have more three to go. Please, write me first.
Thank you very much. I'm Hannington Mwesije. I come from Ruengo district. I want to second the motion to defer elections to the next AGM, basing on the fact that we proposed a review of the Constitution, and the Constitution is supposed to be the tool to guide us on those elections. So if we have approved constitutional review, it means let us also defer the elections to the next AGM. I would like to propose a round of applause to the current leadership. You know, it is easier said than done. They have not failed, because if they have managed to work without us paying, so they just need an applause. And as a football fanatic, we don't change a winning team just like that. You have a striker is banging in goals. They have been to places. You've seen all the courses that have been done. Maybe if you skipped Joseph's presentation, but they have outperformed because we have not been paying subscription fees. So I propose, or I second the motion that we defer the elections to the next AGM. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sharon Daisy, and mine is a suggestion. I'm thinking, how about we have meetings in between as we wait for the AGM, because by the time we come to the AGMs, we are all green or blue, and we don't know what is happening in between. Thank you.
Thank you. We had one down here, Umaru. I think this is our last one.
Good afternoon once again. Musore Awali. I'm trying to clarify guys who are saying that there is no motivation in this thing. Yet we've been not paying subscription or what, but whenever they call us for an AGM, they refund transport, we eat, we do what. So for now, I also defer that. I say let the winning teams continue until when we pay all, that's when we shall ask for accountability. Thank you.
All right, thank you, and we shall stop that at that. And for now, yes, let's ask.
All right, I just need to give guidance, and I'm not wearing any hat right now, just as a member. if the constitution will be approved at the next AGM, that's the one that will guide the elections, so we will still not be ready by the next AGM. So it is that the constitution needs to be approved earlier. There also needs to be a notice period for elections, so that, and also all positions that are election worthy announced. I believe that the constitution must come up with all of these, which positions are for elections, and then the guidelines. So it has to be done way in advance. For me, if we're going to wait for the next AGM, I think I suggest January, we start the election process, which culminates in the final electoral process in maybe September or October. Because there's campaign, there's voter eligibility that we must talk about, there's the process, there's the conditions that we must all fulfill. I like the idea of working groups on the documentary review. That allows members to participate in these very same documents. So that's my 3 seconds of contribution.
Thank you so much. We didn't want to go into the details of why the reviews are there, because we've always got stuck to the Constitution, right? There are other documents, and you don't want to talk about them. But there are very good reasons why this. The intention is the succession planning for Aapu. That is the baseline. People are talking of a winning team. We want winning teams, not a winning team. But we also, I think, on the part of the board, it is to share as much information to you members. And someone was talking of accountability. Just be reflective. When you come for an AGM, how much do you spend? 50 plus, isn't it? You on a pro bono, a pro biz, but we're now saying let's be accountable. Compliance, as you were saying, is not negotiable, but accountability, we have to work around and we'll be as perfect as we can be. So we are done with that. We are going to the questions, and I think I will start with the commissioner who has some questions. He will answer, and then the other questions will come through. JJ, you have some questions to answer as well.
Okay. Thank you, Emmanuel. One of the questions says, how is the ministry planning on ambulances without fuel cards? It is a challenge. And this is Richard from Soroti. One of the problems which we got is growing very fast. The money which I had set by 2023-24 was for 123 ambulances. But as we speak now, by last month we were at 287 ambulances. I think by today we might be at 295. So that increase is not coupled with change in the budget. But we are hopeful that the following financial year we may have that change in budget which will provide for everybody. Right now, we have, originally we used to give 2 million. Now we are, because of the doubling and now it's becoming triple of those ambulances, we are now providing 1 million per quarter. But you will submit that ambulance which doesn't have its number plate, and so that I submit to my team to see that it is included. But note that whenever we include an ambulance, it reduces the ratio to others, and it's becoming a challenge to us because we wanted it to be to provide some relief. The other second part on fuel is that we have requested the districts, because the primary health care grant was increased by about 2 to 3 times. So we said let the in-charges, the medical superintendents and the DHO also budget for ambulances. Put some money for fuel. A district like Kamuli, for them they have decided to create a basket where they collect all their money into a basket, and it is for fueling ambulances, and they are doing better. So they are topping up what we are giving. So I request that we learn from those, but we are not seated with this matter. The permanent secretary has presented it to Minister of Finance. The minister presented it to Parliament, and also the community, because now His Excellency is in the field. He's talking to people. So the people have also told him. So because of all those directions, I think there are going to be many changes next financial year. I'm not suggesting that the president has already gone through, but I'm saying that because he's a candidate, he's in the field. But when he's finally voted in January 15th, then he has this on his agenda. So don't pick me wrong that we had the commissioner was saying that it is already completed. So now another issue is this one did not put the name, but it says, I suggest that the ambulance team should be provided with new uniforms and uniforms to new members who do not have. Thank you for the suggestion. We shall take it up. I think last time I had also support from Maritiza. Do I have anyone from Maritiza? Okay. Yes. Yeah, let Ms. Odong talk to us on this request.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I'm sorry I'm not going to give any pledges here, but I think it's something that we can take back and discuss with our management, and then we will be able to provide to you our response and position. But for now, I can't commit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Odong. First clap for him for that. So that clap energizes you, Ms. Odong, to make the presentation to management so that we get a response. Thank you so much, and also at ministry, we shall do the same. Then I have another one which says, we greatly appreciate all the services and the work you are doing in AMS. I just have a suggestion on behalf of nurses to look through as for special opportunities for us, like doctors are supported with scholarships in all angles of emergency. For example, we have emergency physicians. What about nurses? Now, this is a hard one. Now, let me tell you one thing. Is it a week or 2 weeks ago or 3? People were refusing all up to now to give clearance for registration of certificate holders of emergency care, and also for recognition of the diploma in emergency care, which is starting. The reason they are choosing us is that we are favoring nurses. Now I see nurses are saying that we are focused on the doctors. So you see those two things. But the number of nurses who got the scholarships to go and do a diploma in emergency care at Zambia and Lubaga. I think they are like 70% of the whole team. Does that answer you? So nurses are provided for, they are getting scholarships like others. The system is open. Now, there is another thing which is coming of the big nurses. These ones who are generals with chapels, those ones who are doing a masters. There's a master's course which is starting in Makerere. I know there is one in Mbarara, but the one in Makerere is a master's, I think, in emergency nursing and critical care. I don't remember the name very well, but we is the name? Okay, that is the name. So that course, after approval, it will also be in the consideration for scholarships which we are getting. Thank you. Clapped, that means I end and you are satisfied.
Let me start with this. Thank you so much. Dr. Kecha from Case Hospital. Are there efforts put in place to introduce institutional membership, especially private hospitals, that would increase membership? Yes, the efforts are there, but we need to be guided by the document called the Constitution. Thank you very much. Yeah, the second one, I think this should be for the Commissioner. I will read then he read. Private for-profit and private non-for-profit contributed a large bulk of ambulances. And are there plans to harness, I don't know whether this is there to their maintenance, or how do they contribute to the EMS? Yeah, I think when Dr. Andrew was giving his remarks about the contribution towards EMS, he was still under PNFP, private non-profit, and that was Lubaga Hospital. And not only did he do it for just the hospital, but for the country. So I think it is institutional. How does the institution contribute? I think that should be coming from even the institution itself, looking at the need that we have. Having said that, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we had really contribution from at least each one of us. So I think this contribution can still come. Yes, the ambulances are there, but I think it's just to tap into them. Also to have, when we have, we cannot do everything at the same time, but I'm sure as a country, when you look at other countries, all of these ambulances that are available are put on the grid, such that the dispatcher would look at the nearest ambulance, regardless of whether PNFP or private for profit. And I'm sure that's where we're going, but the Commissioner can guide more.
Thank you. That answer is complete. The system, the national EMS system, takes in everybody. Government, PNFP, those two sometimes we call them public, but there have been questions about that. Then private not for profit, private for profit are those which are really for private services. Now, at the very beginning, we quickly take in the PNFPs, but there is another emerging ownership of ambulances. Politicians, they are in NGOs, they are personal ownership, and so on. In the guideline, we said if one is willing to be part of the National Ambulance Service, you write. When you write, there will be a team to assess your ambulance. When they assess that ambulance, they qualify it and it joins the national ambulance system so that it can be dispatched in the way in which the president has explained. When we develop the ambulance service regulations, we are going to spell out exactly how, because we don't want a taxi which has been just put a picture and it is the one we are dispatching as an ambulance. We want it to be a real ambulance, and that is why that room of assessment, then we accredit, it is something which we are going to put, and it's one of the responsibilities which we are trying to coin around our relationship between government and Aapu. Thank you.
The other one I think was just seconding the deferment of election. Election should be deferred because the criteria for nomination of candidate isn't even listed in what we should be, what should hold in order to be potential contestant. So somebody doesn't know really how to become a contestant. So that means there is a need to know their constitutional rights well. And the last one, can we have election of regional representatives? Because they are dormant, which contributes to low remitting of annual subscription. This is coming to the regional representatives. And maybe I can just add something small to this. In March of 2022, we held regional representatives retreat, which was funded by Malteser. For those who remember, I don't know whether those regional representatives are here. And we gave them all the documents regarding association, because that was our first when we had developed these documents. And in my thinking, that this should be cascaded to the members in the region, because there are not so many by then. But as we grow, ladies and gentlemen, you know that whenever we grow, there are things that change. And it is imperative that we look at those small holes and we close the gaps that are available. Thank you.
Let's hear from Joseph. He has some questions to answer as well.
Moderator, people are going to hear us. Hypoglycemia, you see me fat, but I'm dying. I hope we are summarizing soon. One wants my job to be taken. He's asking Joseph, what is AGNF in full? Dr. Andrew, you are my savior. Do you still remember? Afragas.
Okay, so the initials of an NGO, but Arbeitsgemeinschaft Notfall Medicine Field. So Arbeitsgemeinschaft is that a team, a working group. Okay, Notfall Medicine is emergency medicine. Field is a place. So it's just an NGO that exists in a place called Field. But those words, you know, Germans have these combined words that have a short meaning. So Arbeitsgemeinschaft is a working group or association or, yeah, something like that. Arbeits, A. Then Gemeinschaft, G, yeah? Notfall, N, and then Notfall medicine, and then Field is a place.
Thank you, thank you.
You should always be near me. The other thing they asked, do we have women on this board? Because man, women play a very productive role in growing organizations. Please think of gender equality. I think we have a ladies or a lady. Yeah, I remember she's Dorothy. Tom, you want to say more? But surely we have, but the equation, of course, is not, yeah, well, we can do better. That's why we shall elect more. Yeah. Bira from Kasese says, what is the plan really? You know, Kasese is mountainous, we have disasters. Yeah, the emergency service has to be on the ground. Please train VHTs so that we can have good cases. We have tried. Kasese Banaye. We have trained over 300 VHTs in Kasese. Yes, over maybe 200 teachers. We have tried, but whenever opportunities come, we shall still come back. Other regions are crying. They have never even seen us. But we will try to balance the activities. Good enough, all our funders are still giving us support to do the trainings. And we are also, with Malteser, we want to carry out trainer of trainer courses so that you people can continue doing the trainings in your regions, because it is expensive for us to keep moving. We are also growing older very quickly in vehicles every day. I am from Soroti, Rachel. We are requesting for community responder training, please. I've also gotten several calls from your mobilizer, and we are thinking about this. It is not easy. It seems fancy here when we present, but the actual implementation is a bit hard. Yeah, how things actually work out, but we will try. Soroti, we are coming. Joseph, what plan do you have for us, the first aid group? The first group of ITLS members are expiring now. How are you doing this? The plan is 700,000. And we do courses next year so that we do more activities. But usually when we have funding or new courses or new opportunities, you have seen that we communicate to members first. Yeah. So currently there is a bonanza in Western Uganda, ALS, PALS, NLS 100. The problem usually you people keep quiet. Those things come, they are announced and they go. Now when you start looking for a job and they say you bring the BLS, you bring the ALS and you start coming, but I am a member. And you have lost a very big what? Opportunity. So we will inform you, and we always do that whenever we get opportunity, members first. So when your ITLS certificate expires after 3 years, you will have to renew it to keep competitive. How to join the association now? The Momo Pay code is 62. It's on the door. You can just go and scan that QRS. You will get the form, fill it, and then make a payment. We will be so happy. Actually, some people have sent me their messages. Moira, Basemera, about 6 who have paid in this AGM. Thank you very much. Why don't we develop a project to generate funds? Ask me to suggest it, but I don't have the name of that person. Who said, I ask you? 1 minute, we are hungry.
Thank you so much. Samuel Ekita again from Eastern. Projects. I remember when we organized an activity in Soroti, a simulation, a simple one. We were dressed in different uniforms. Others were on red, green, scrubs. So, and yet that activity was organized as Aapu. So Aapu lost that glory. So why don't association develop a uniform? Then members can put in something. Like these t-shirts, I remember, were given for free. Assuming if I had given something, don't you think that I would have supported the association?
All right, so we are coming to a close on this. You still have one?
One, just one. And I think Commissioner is best to answer. Why was medical laboratory not included in the courses to qualify for emergency care? Really? Here they put really. I was suggesting give us a chance to be among the people who can do the diploma. I have seen people with a certificate in medical laboratory doing clinical medicine and they pass.
All right. So many times delegated by a commissioner, when you're developing a curriculum, there are processes that you must go through and you must align with the national guidelines that exist at the time. And Commissioner and I were in Germany in 2017 and came back with a course for EMTs, because in Germany, you don't need any qualification that is medical to become an EMT. You just go, you're an accountant, you're trained for the period, you either become the first, the basic EMT, and then you can also be an advanced EMT depending on the time you train. So we came here and we came with a course and proposed it. In the medical fraternity, it was okay. When we went to Ministry of Education, they had standards they had to follow, from the age to the previous training to what type of exposure. They said that medical is not like any other, it's a vocational training. They gave us guidelines. We had to drop all our ideas because we thought this one was like carpentry, where I just go and teach you, or a mechanic how to repair a car. They said for human lives, there is a certain level of, maturity they need from that person. And so that was the first type of. Now when it came to advocating for even medical laboratory science, they looked at the curricula that the medical laboratory technicians had undergone, and they felt like it wasn't preparing them for actual direct patient contact. So systems vary. We are much in the British system. The British system is very strict in choice of people who become eligible for particular professions, especially it's very strict on the medical profession. Unlike maybe, if you look at the German, even the American, I think is more flexible, Umaru. The American is much more flexible. They train anybody to become an EMT. So it's something that might remain an advocating role, because what we do right now is we try the first lot. If they are successful, we'll try a first cohort of laboratory technologies or technicians to do so. It's an area of advocacy, and whoever is representing lab here, it would be good for you to get in touch with the secretariat so that we track this, because you can become the advocate that pushes this agenda, and we hope that it can deliver eventually. Thank you.
Right, all right, okay, so we've come to the end of this. I have an announcement. First is that as we go for lunch, there are member IDs at the registration table, only renewed and new members. So if you're a renewed or a new member, you have your ID at the registration table. The other bit for me is that Tom, prepare for your closing remarks after just what I'm going to say. And what is important that after his closing remarks, we will take some photos, and I think we'll invite them down, and then we can now officially go for the lunch. What I wanted to share with the members is, one, the power in communion, being together. Simple. 3 C's. The first one is let's endeavor to connect. it is in places like this that we connect. Try as an individual to come and meet commissioner, and you will see the obstacles. But today people are saying, Commissioner, please answer this question. It is in association. So that cannot be 50,000. So always let's connect. When we connect, you have an opportunity to communicate. You communicate your challenge. That's the second C. Communicate your issue. You can even communicate through president. You want a recommendation through Aapu, right? And the communication happens. The last bit is a collaboration, the third C. We have a mandate to collaborate. Aapu cannot give you every day, right? And you're not giving back. It may be in subscription, it may be in your services, but wherever the three C's are in union, there's growth, there's development. So I want to ask us as members, let's collaborate. Let's come into leadership. Let's be participative. We've talked of reviews for the documentation. When we invite you through your regional teams, whom you are calling dormant, please be a part. Let's join together and collaborate, grow, and development. I invite Tom to give his closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much for moderating this session. And I know I might be the only person standing between your lunch. Dear members, thank you so much for turning up in big numbers today. Just a reminder that from the little money that we collected, in the last AGM, you proposed that we should open up a circle. And I expected you to ask us here, where is our circle? But of course, since you did not get the communication, you knew it wasn't. But in our small contributions, we were able at least to save 10 million, which we put in UAP trust. And I'm sure CPA Edward talked about it, but I think most people did not see it. This is your membership that we have collected over time, and we have not used it. Yeah? We have instead put it in a trust such that it can gain interest, such that when you open up a circle, we have some money that we can start with. Am I communicating? Thank you very much. Reporting on accrual basis, and I thought I should also talk about this, CPA Edward. We are not reporting on accrual basis because our financial records will look bad that so many members are not remitting. Because we'll see that you have so many debts. If somebody is a member and became a member 3 years ago and they have not paid, you'll be asking us, this is a bad data. But we could not, that's why we say it as we record it like that. Such that when somebody pays, maybe we can treat it as that. And I'm sure regional representatives, you have quite a lot to do in your respective capacities. And we're sure we'll get more interaction and communication that between the Secretariat and the regional representatives. And we hope that the communication we give you, you cascade it to the members in your areas. Regional balance, we are currently, Joseph talked about it, we are currently having training going on in Mbarara, international courses. And they are asking for 100,000. The next time you don't attend, because that in that way, we get people who are going to now be trainers, or potential trainers, or potential instructors, right from that 100. By the time, if you miss it, you come to Aapu, and we ask for 500,000. You say, these people are not fair. Yet an opportunity has been put to you. And I'm sure there are so many people here from Bara right now. But we'll go to other regions. Then I turn to these handsome people here. I received apologies from Madame Dora Viencha, who works with Bar Aviation as a body member. People were asking that so many men around. And she couldn't, she was traveling from Fort Portal, she couldn't make it here. So we have a member who is a lady. But now this also comes to the board members. We have a duty to contribute to the land. We must show our commitment as leaders, even before other members. I'm making this announcement before the team that please, we shall call on you to do the needful for God and my country.
Tom, I think now to make it speedy, I'll invite the people there to the front. And for all those board members and executive members, this will be the first photo we will take. Eric, please join. Umar, please join. After this, I'll see. Would we have the logos at the screen sharing? Or you could have this other meeting displayed on the screen, please. So after this, I will invite the people from East to prepare and come and join this group. Thank you. Members of the East, please. Please squeeze in a little bit. That's what he needs. Squeeze in a little bit. We could have two lines here. We could have two lines at the front. Or some can squat so that some members on this side come in this side. But have Are you able to capture everybody? Support. Oh. This one don't. Oh. Right, Central, please.
Where are they?
You doubt? Can some others can come in the front and maybe squat? Yes, come in. You will be left out. Neda. Give me a minute, eh? Look. Holding. Thank you. Team West. Team West, please. And after Team West, Team North. Human West. Right. Team North. So, for those who are done, feel free to go down for lunch. Yeah? If you've done, you can go down for lunch. Team West Nile. Representatives from our partners. The last one will be representative from the partners. Ambrose, don't leave. They should come up, eh? There are few. I'll look. Right. The last one is our representatives, partner representatives. You can come here. You could be only two.
You need to change that. Bad English. Crush
Yes.
means to squeeze. Crash means to do.
Yes. Nice. Okay. So thank you. Thank you very much. Our members online, we've come to the end of our AGM. Thank you for hanging to this time. Thank you, and bye-bye.